Big change of wedding. It passed it. It's great.
You like this up here?
Yeah.
Yes, I like this a lot better.
Yes.
Well, I know.
It's harder. To me, it's during the day.
Oh,
Is that gonna be?
Because they had.
oh, it's just sand's pouring in.
Yeah,
all
you
over.
could. When it, once it gets dark,
Yeah.
it's a good thing.
Sorry.
You know, same thing happens. in our
It was
board
fine.
meeting, Same thing. All windows, south
We'll
facing.
figure it out.
And, you know, you go in there at noon and you gotta pull the shades down. It's kind of bad. You're like, sorry, everyone, I'm out for enjoying your day.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, well, let's. Can everybody take a seat or at least listen up for your name? Let's get the meeting going. Let's call the meeting to order at 6:01 PM. We have a really full schedule today. And there's gonna be at least one presentation towards the end that we may not even have time to ask questions on it, so. So let's call the meeting to order. We're gonna have introduction of members and audience. Kristen, do you have the spreadsheet up to call roll?
I do.
Okay.
Sonia Macy's. No, Sonia?
No.
Okay. Miranda Kowchuk. Online.
Miranda's on there. Yep.
She's online. Perfect. Doug Overton. No. Ken Brenner.
He's here.
Julie Baxter. No. Stephen Hinkemeyer.
Here.
Mario Sullivan.
Present,
He's
online.
Andy Rossi.
Here.
Yeah. Right next. Mike Camblin.
No.
Sean Welder. No. Jay Sheehan.
Sean's on.
Oh, Sean's on there? Oh, I'm on. Sorry.
Sorry, yes, I'm present online.
Jay Sheehan.
I haven't seen Jay.
Okay. Alden Vandenbrink.
I'm here. Good evening, everyone.
Thank you. Casey Green.
Casey's on. She's online.
Okay. Rebecca is not here. Callie Stitchfield. Here. And then, I guess Tim won't be coming. Is that right? Yeah.
Yes.
Will Myers.
Present.
Thank you. Kent Beatrice. I'm on. Great. Frank Alphone.
Here.
Jackie Brown.
She's not here yet.
Okay.
She's supposed to be here, but not just yet.
There's a big accident on the east end of town
Oh, no.
and Main Street's closed down.
Oh, really?
You gotta go back through the neighborhoods. Do that way.
Jeff.
There's Jackie.
Oh, there's Jackie. Doug Monger.
Here.
Jeff Instep.
Yes.
Thank you. Doug Davis.
Hello.
Charles Whitman.
Here.
Chris Collins.
Present.
Jennifer Holloway. Travis Day.
I'm here online.
Great. Bill Badaraka.
Here.
Vince Wilczek. Melvin. P. Dickinson.
I don't see him.
Okay. Patrick Eamon O'Toole. Jonathan Bowler.
Here.
What's that?
You have a
I
quorum?
have 21. I have the.
I'm here too, sorry.
Oh, I got you, Jack. What do you have? How many is it for? Now? It's not, I have,
It would be 15, 'cause we're,
Oh, yeah.
we're missing 2.
we have 21.
Okay. I just walked in the door.
My camera just walked in. I just roll call. There.
So we don't have too many visitors here today. Jeff, maybe started with you. Can you maybe stand up and say your name, who you're with?
Sure, I'm Jeff Gary with Center for Snow and Outlet Stunts.
Thank you. Jayla?
I'm Jayla Pavlison with the Western Resilience Center, formerly the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council.
Okay. Aaron?
Aaron Light, Colorado Visual Art Research Solutions here.
Thank you.
Priest, Rio Blanco County, my wife Bridget, Douglas Creek Conservation District.
Yes, sir.
Vanessa Trout, White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts. Michelle Mahoski, owner.
Okay. Did I?
And Thomas Kennedy, Tri-State Generation Transmission. However, Jack Brown is still the representative for Tri-State Generation Transmission. Just make it there.
Okay, so I think that's everybody in the room. Kristen, why don't you pick up the people that are online as they come in during the meeting? So our first order of business is to review and approve the agenda. And you're right here. Good. Mr. Brenner,
Yeah.
we're on the agenda.
There's no change, I'll make a motion. I have a.
He would like to know, he'd like to add something.
Yeah, thank you. Chairman, I would propose that we add item 13C. This would be like a 2-minute presentation by the Headwaters Colorado Initiative for a letter of support for a store grant. Time permitting. If it's after 9, we will not do that.
So there's there's 180 minutes for this meeting. There's 173 minutes accounted for right now, we believe. So I told Ken if there's any chance we're gonna hear the grant, he'd probably have no more than 5 or 7 minutes. It is a project that this roundtable heard at our last meeting, the Headwaters of the Colorado. It's just an opportunity for some grant funding. A letter of support from our Basin Roundtable would go a long ways with the grantees or the grantors to be able to maybe get that funding. So is there any discussion on adding that, as long as it's got the caveat that if it's past the time, we won't do that, we won't do the presentation.
So moved. I'll second.
Okay, so Jeff made the motion, Chris seconded. Any other discussion for that? Hearing none, all in favor of adding in item 13C, Headwaters of the Colorado letter of support, please say aye.
I,
Opposed, say nay. Okay, the ayes have it. Tim, it's on the agenda.
Thank you. Sure.
Okay, our next order of business is review and approve the September 10, 2025 minutes. They are in your packet. I personally read through them yesterday. Everything looked good. There weren't really any changes that need to be made.
Brenner moves to approve.
I'll throw in seconds.
Okay, motion by Ken and a second by Frank. Any discussion on the minutes? Hearing none, all in favor of accepting the minutes as written, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Opposed? Nay?
Doug Overton is trying to get in, but you know, got in.
Yeah, Doug's up.
Overton is.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, so the ayes have it, so the minutes are approved. Our next order of business is the agenda, or excuse me, our elections for Yampa White Green officers, IVCC reps, an environmental rep, and an at-large rep. I just will mention, before we start in the votings that, Rio Blanco Water Conservation District, Alden Vanderbreek was up prior to the start of this meeting. And Rio Blanco, Water Conservation District appointed him to another 5-year term from November 2025 through November of 2030. So congratulations or thank you on that, Alden.
Happy to. Always a pleasure working with you all.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so, we'll do the, officers, so. Do you have that, can you put that up, Sally, the current?
Yeah, hold on a second.
Go down just a little bit, I saw the top of it. Oh, right there.
Okay. That's what you want, the form?
No, there was a,
Yeah, it's missing. Let me go to the other,
okay.
second.
So anyway, the officers, we had applications filled out. For chair by myself. The Yampa vice chair, the only application was Frank Alphone for the Yampa White vice chair. And the white vice chair, Chris Collins put an application in. So, are you getting close?
Yeah, it's hard to tell what it was titled. I'm just kind of on. It should be in this picture. Oh, it's next in the. Okay. Just, yeah, all right, keep going.
Okay, so
They're just a lot. 11. What's the back? It's just in a different order.
well,
It's not in the packet right now.
okay, it's in the printed packet. That's okay, we'll just move forward, so. What's
his email? Sorry.
So I would take a motion to open nominations for chairman of the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable.
Steve, you need a nomination.
Well, we need to open nomination. Then we need nominations, and then we need closed nominations, then we can vote.
I would make a motion to nominate a slate of candidates as per the board, so Steve for president, and then Frank and Chris for vice chair. Sorry, what is it, co-chair?
Yep,
Vice chair.
White, yeah, vice chairs.
All second.
All right, I have a motion and a second to approve the slate of officers who have turned applications in. Any discussion, any other people want to nominate themselves? or nominate someone else for that? Will, this looks a lot like yours, like your vote.
Well, we should say, you know, for those of us that attend the executive committee meetings, Steve does a heck of a job, really attends to a lot of details that we kind of take for granted, and he's done a heck of a job for us, and we're lucky to have him be willing to do it for 2 more years.
Great. You wanna run the? You wanna? So let's close nominations. So I need a motion to close nominations, the
I'll
full
make a
slate of
motion
officers.
to Close.
Okay, Andy's first. Do I have a second? Bill's second. Ken, you wanna call the vote?
All in favor of electing the slate of officers for president and vice presidents of the Applewhite Green Basin Roundtable, please say aye.
Aye.
Is there anyone opposed? Anyone opposed? Unanimous acclamation.
Okay, thank you. That answer your question? It did answer. So. As of the start of this meeting, we have no IBCC reps either. They're also on a 2-year term. So the 2 people that have turned in IBCC representative applications was Jonathan Fowler and Ken Brenner. Jonathan, even though he lives outside the Applewhite Green, is eligible to do that, and so there's a couple of different standards that the IBCC has to meet, that those are met by having those 2 as IBCC reps. So I would take a motion for open IBCC rep nomination.
So moved, Alpha Roots, open the nominations.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Andy seconds. So,
Question,
yes,
where does Jonathan live? You got
He-
an application.
he lives in Banks, or just outside of Banks, correct?
My address is my PO box into bags.
Okay. Are you, sorry, registered to vote in Colorado?
I'm not
Okay,
a Wyoming resident.
okay.
Is that problematic with something I missed?
I just think it's odd to be on a Colorado board and not be a Colorado resident.
Yes.
Yeah.
It is. I asked Jeff Rodriguez about it, and Jeff didn't say there was something that said he couldn't.
I spoke to Jeff before submitting an application too, just to make sure there wasn't any headers or. Or,
Yeah.
like Steve said, based on those stipulations, they would be meant by finding.
Sure. And I think when the nominations are open, want to talk about, that representation, that's great. I'm not saying you shouldn't. I felt the same way, he right owns property in Colorado, so it's a little bit different serving, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, just clarification.
Yeah. Okay, so all in favor of opening nominations, please say aye.
Right.
Aye. Okay, I would take nominations for IBCC rep. I would nominate. So you nominate Ken Brenner and Jonathan Ballard? Yeah. Okay. Do I have any other nominations for IBCC rep for the Applewhite Green Roundtable?
Can we just hear some, discussion? Would you mind, just talking about your interests as a Wyoming resident and, yeah, not trying to put you on the spot, but just before we close the nomination.
Maybe stand up.
Absolutely. Waiting for the.
For sure.
Speak up, that's one, for sure. Yeah, so I applied, as a IVCC rep, one Well, for the purpose that I've been attending these meetings now, I think it was in my application 3 or 4 years now. I've been to every meeting that I possibly make. I think I have a good attendance record. I've worked with most people on this, both on roundtable, issues and on, personal issues of those related to water in different ways. I represent Colorado water right holders in my valley, in different ways as a private consultant. And in the past as employees for public entities there, through water storage deliveries to Colorado residents. I understand it and maintain a complete, database of water rights in the Little Snake area for Wyoming and Colorado. And understand those, pretty well. I've worked with water administrators and political, elected officials from Colorado and Wyoming on a fairly regular basis. Through both those professional and personal endeavors with the river. In my application, I kind of stated what my background is that I think would make me a useful representative for the IBCC. And it comes from, I kind of consider myself a one-man stakeholder group. I've really engaged in the river as a recreational user, an environmental advocate, an agricultural producer, policymaker, and can kind of speak and understand those issues from all those different directions. What else? C9. I went to the C9 summit and attended that IBCC meeting just to make sure it's something that I would be interested in and felt like was a good fit. And had a lot of conversations with other members of the IBCC and other roundtables, just to get an understanding of the different kind of considerations that are out there for the Colorado River. It's really been my primary focus for 20 years is the issues of the Colorado River. I've left it twice in those 2 decades and within a few years always realized the mistake and crawling back or floating back a lot of times. So anyway, I just look forward to, if you were to elect to put me in that role, look forward to representing the interests of this roundtable. And I think most of you know I'm always available on a phone call, and I've had those calls with many of you about concerns of the river. So I would continue to be available that way. My out of basin non-voting status, I think, gives me a very unique and objective position in that representation. I have a comment.
Yes, Mike?
And I did just a comment, and we all know Jonathan. I think what could cause grief maybe a little later down the road, but what I'm saying is we might have to be careful. We might have to be ready to defend you to other basins and so forth, especially with compact negotiations going on. And possibly put in a representative Wyoming on our IBCC. But I don't have any problems with being on that job. I'm just kind of giving everybody a heads up that this could come back and bite us in the ass.
Yeah, I got a comment on the same line.
That's all I gotta say.
Jonathan, there's some clear path as far as any conflicts of interest with Wyoming state issues or any boards you might be serving on in Wyoming. Is there any conflicts there?
I'm not on any boards, and currently my only professional activities are with Colorado water right holders.
I was pretty sure of that, but for the group.
Just a little bit of work. UCRC. I did work for the UCRC, and that position ended September for a study that was ongoing. So I've got no obligations to them at this point.
Good. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, hearing none, do I have a motion for closing nominations?
I'd make that motion.
Okay, do I have a second?
I'll second.
Okay. Chris can have it. It was a tie. Okay. So, all in favor of electing Ken and Jonathan as IBCC reps for the Ample White Green Basin Roundtable, please say aye.
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 Opposed? Nay? Okay,
No, I've had the pleasure of working with Jonathan now for, gosh, it's been almost 2 years, and he's just consistently organized, really enthusiastic. He's teaching me something almost every time I talk to him, and you know, showing the initiative to show up at C9 and actually stay for the IBCC meeting. And he's genuinely interested in what, because IBCC is, it's a new job. It's evolving, and you'll hear more about that later in the meeting, but I think you can be assured that Jonathan will keep your interests, as first they might be, in mind as we move forward, making sure that your voice is heard at the IBCC level. That's all. Thank you.
okay, thanks, Ken. Is Todd Thane in the room? Is Todd Thane online?
No,
Okay, so Todd was the only one that put in for the at-large member that we have open, so. Without him here, we will bypass that and we'll leave ourselves an at-large member open.
Yeah, because. Okay,
We should have nominations.
Sure,
we, consider doing the at-large nomination after the environmental representative nomination. One of those individuals would like to be considered the at-large.
Open the floor for nominations.
so we could do that, that would. Both of the applicants are from Round County. They currently have 5 representatives right now. If Jayla or Reese, whoever wins that, will be the 6th. And then the other one would be the 7th.
So the at-large cannot be a Round County resident.
Right, correct. Well. Yeah, there can't be more than 6. Chairman, or the chair, full-time president. Yeah, so it's like so there's like 15 positions that are related to that.
Right.
And there can't be more than 6 from only one county. So, let's,
I guess it begs anyone else besides.
Is there anybody here with Bernie?
Reside in Brown County.
Anybody online?
Emergency.
How many times have I heard, oh, I want to be on the round table, I want to be on the round table?
Anybody else?
Well, This is Al. I just this is Al. I'm sorry. I tried to raise my hand. Was Mr. Thane aware of the meeting tonight? And was he invited to attend as well?
yes, it was on the application.
Okay,
That he turned in, that the meeting, and when we received his application. We sent back confirmation of it and invited him to the meeting.
excellent. Thank you.
Okay. All right, so, we have a position open for environmental representative. I take a motion to open nominations,
So moved.
Second.
okay? Ken and Andy, okay? All right, all in favor of opening nominations for the environmental representative, please say aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Okay. So we have one position for environmental representative.
I made them run.
Do I hear
Oh, yeah.
Jeff?
Well, I mean.
I nominate Reese Melton for the environmental commission.
Yeah.
Okay,
Get it.
I'd nominate Jayla Pumpkin for the environmental rep.
okay, thanks, Frank. Do we have any other nominations?
Better move to close for nominations.
Okay, thanks, Ken. Do I have a second? Second from Kelly?
Mr. Chairman, can we support secret ballot here, or do we need to do this by voice?
We're gonna do secret ballot.
Okay, perfect,
Yeah.
perfect.
Mr. Chairman, could we hear a little bit from the nominee?
Yeah. So, Jayla?
Sure.
Why don't you give us a couple minute?
Right. Thanks, Steve. Good evening, everyone. It's really good to be here tonight. It's great to see some familiar faces and to meet some new folks that I look forward to hopefully getting to know more in the future. My name is Jayla Poppleton, and I've applied to be the next environmental representative for the roundtable, succeeding my colleague Tim Sullivan, who recently vacated that seat at Western Resilience Center. So I'm just going to take a few minutes to tell you a little bit about myself and my background and my interest in the role and what I can bring to offer to the position. Got some notes that I don't get too far off track, but I'll keep this brief. So I'm originally from Illinois, and I had the opportunity to attend Colorado State University to get my degree in technical specialized journalism with a focus on natural resources management. And so for the last 20 or so years, I've been focused on communicating about primarily water issues and all the things that are connected to water, largely through a position that I held at Water Education Colorado for 16 years. And for 8 of those years, I served as the executive director of the organization. That organization, if you're not familiar with it, is a nonpartisan 501c3 focused statewide on informing Coloradans about water issues and equipping them to make informed decisions to guide our state to a sustainable water future. And it was just an excellent opportunity to meet and get to know a wide variety of folks working all across the state on these issues, different viewpoints. Our goal was to elevate those viewpoints and vantage points and showcase the different values and priorities that we all have for our water resource. So it was just an awesome place to be, but I began looking for a change about 1.5 years ago. And I found an opportunity to join the Western Resilience Center, which is formerly the Yampa Valley Sustainability Council based in Steamboat. And I took on Tim Sullivan's former role in leading our resilient land and water program area in January. And my family and I just relocated to Routt County, living outside of Steamboat over the summer. I'm living there with my husband and my 15-year-old son. I have 2 older sons as well who are away at college. The big change for us, but I'm very excited to be here, living in a more rural community, a place that I feel that I can invest in really having an influence and working and collaborating with folks like yourselves in identifying the challenges that we face, as well as win-win solutions for our future that protect what we have and have the opportunity to experience for our children and for future generations. Why I'm interested in serving in this role. When I was with Water Education Colorado, I've actually been following the Basin Roundtable process, the IBCC, working closely with the CWCB for over 18 years. I brought something to show you. This was actually an issue of the magazine that Water Education Colorado publishes from 2009. It was the first issue of the magazine that I served as the editor for. That was my initial role working there, and it was titled Colorado's Water Supply Future, Cooperation versus Competition, Coloradans in Search of Common Ground and Workable Solutions. And I think that's really emblematic of how I would approach this role. This showcased where the Basin Roundtables were at 3 years into the process. And I had the opportunity to actually interview some of the folks who were serving on the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable at that time, including the environmental representative then, who was Jeff Blakesley. I've deeply admired all of you who serve and the contributions that you make through your time and effort to show up and have the difficult discussions and work to identify those solutions that find common ground. And so what I can bring to the table is a commitment of my time and effort to showing up, to engaging with a collaborative mindset, to listening to learn, and to approach working together for identifying those multi-benefit solutions. I also, through my position with Western Resilience Center, am active in the Yampa River Collaborative, which is a coalition of NGOs, including Friends of the Yampa, the Nature Conservancy, Trout Unlimited, Colorado Community Ag Alliance and River Network, as well as ourselves, Western Resilience Center. You heard a presentation from one of the representatives of that group at the last meeting, bringing forward, it was Jennifer Wellman from the Nature Conservancy, bringing forward some updates about the work that that group has been doing to tackle ongoing implementation of some of the goals from the integrated water management plan. And so one thing I can offer is to be a liaison between those groups and that collaboration and the roundtable to continue providing those kinds of updates and coordination. I just want to acknowledge Reese, who has also submitted his application. I don't know Reese, but he seems like he brings a really strong background to this as well. And I do not have as much familiarity with issues in the White River Basin. But if you do choose me as your next environmental rep, I would be committed to learning more so that I could accurately represent their concerns and interests.
Okay.
So happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I think you're off the hook, Taylor.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for your consideration.
Grace?
Appreciate your time. Reese Melton, reside in Routt County, currently work for Rio Blanco County and the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts as the Natural Resource Policy Director. But I kind of go about 15 years back on the Front Range, particularly the Boulder County, Weld County line, where I grew up. Spent most of my life behind the windshield of a swather, cutting hay for dairy farms down there. And then attended also CSU and got a degree in agriculture and natural resource education, then pursued my master's in rangeland stewardship and management through the Warner College. That was kind of the kickstart of my interest in the apex of natural resources and agriculture, which led me to my career today. I spent about 5 years teaching high school agricultural education and middle school agricultural and natural resource education, and spending a lot of time volunteering with local organizations, but much of that time was spent with Colorado Farm Bureau, where I had the opportunity to serve on the state board of directors, work on a multitude of different policy issues at the state and local levels. And then now I'm very involved in Routt County Farm Bureau, where I serve as president and have facilitated many policy issues relevant to all natural resources. I think we could talk about the 2 W's pretty quick as far as that goes in the Northwest, right? It's either water or wolves. But we work really hard in Routt County to facilitate some of those public meetings for folks to provide education, but also learn from our members and stakeholders. We've had a lot of progress with that, working with our legislators and engaging at the state level to kind of actively promote the issues that are going on the ground for people in Routt County, which is most important. I think my interest in serving on this committee primarily is to represent those folks that don't have the time to. They're very busy, and most of those individuals are water users, right? Some of you folks give your time and your water users in this room, so you understand exactly what I'm talking about. But, you know, I know the muddy end of a shovel. I had a short stint before my current role with the Department of Ag, working as a soil health specialist across the Northwest, where I got to meet with landowners every single day. And they all had different issues, but if there was one issue that was consistent for all of them, it was their limiting factor of water and their operation. So earlier today, before this meeting started, resiliency came up, which kind of tickled my ears, because I think that's a really important conversation when it comes to figuring out how we're going to manage our limited resources, but also continue production agriculture and prioritize all of our other important resources like aquatics and wildlife and so on and so forth. So we need to build resiliency on the farm, in the streams, and so on and so forth if we're going to be successful. And I really feel that that's what this roundtable is all about. You guys are really pursuing and supporting projects that are making that happen locally, which for the broader picture, we realize how important that is as a headwaters state. In addition to working for Rio Blanco County and the White River and the Douglas Creek Conservation Districts, I also work here part-time, as a environmental science, soil science and rangeland science educator. Thank you, Rio Blanco County and the districts for not making me give up that role. I really do enjoy teaching. And particularly, I enjoy taking my experience on the ground in agriculture and my education in natural resources in the environment and meshing them together in the classroom. I think far too often, these conversations and these management decisions happen in separate spaces. We need to have more conversations like this roundtable is having with representatives from both sides or any sector of an issue, whether that be environmental or agriculture. Because it's all essential. We have to work together to get it done. So I would welcome any questions, but that's all I have.
Anyone have any questions for Reese? Thank you, Reese.
Excellent. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman,
Yes, sir.
despite the fact that neither of them seem to understand what a couple minutes means, I think we have two excellent candidates here. You know, their background and their interest just really dovetails with what the roundtable needs. One of them works in Rio Blanco.
Yes.
It seems like there needs to be a workaround here. Is there one available to us for someone who?
So the way that the bylaws are written now, no. I think we could have the conversation after the meeting. We're not gonna have it now because we don't have the time for that.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, this is,
Yes, sir.
I'm thinking the same thing. We have that large seat that nobody showed any interest in. We have two excellent candidates. It'd be nice to get both of them on the board. Seems like we, you know, if the one person is spending most of the time working out of the county and this does a reverse commute, for most people, then maybe there is a way that we can work around it. That's all.
Oh, Jackie.
I would just like to point out that I work for a company in Moffett County. I happen to live in Round County. We've had this conversation. And I agree with my colleagues saying that this is, I mean, I also don't know if we do the math about who owns water rights versus who doesn't, and that is playing into this, because if we're gonna pick some parts of the bylaws to apply to these folks, then we shouldn't we be abiding by all of the bylaws? So I don't know where we stand with the water rights ownership.
There,
And we've already bypassed the IBCC membership because it says very clearly in there, you must reside in the Yampa White Green Basin. So we've already gone against our own bylaws one time tonight. So my question is, I think we have some work to do with the bylaws.
I think we do too, Jackie.
So I think maybe we have to table this whole thing because we've already done something that's against our bylaws, see, unfortunately.
Well, it's not against the state bylaws.
Well, neither is having residents from other counties.
No, I understand that. But they didn't. We set that, the state set. I don't know, do you want to put the vote off until our next meeting? So we have a chance to discuss this, or do you want to elect an environmental rep? And then have the conversation?
I want to do what's cleanest and right by the bylaws that we say that we're, you know, standing up. So maybe someone else has a good idea. I wasn't.
I was asked to remember, I mean, how many of us have read the bylaws in the last month? Are we familiar with it? Can we speak to it intelligently? Each one of us, I cannot.
I'd like clarification.
Yeah.
Violate the bylaws, putting Jonathan on or
I think it's a valid question to look at the.
I'm looking at them
reference.
right now, and we did, and I will say, I have no problem with Jonathan representing us, but does state that you must reside within the Yampa White Green Basin.
They do.
No, he's an out of basin representative.
Not.
As per our bylaws, he is.
Jackie, are those different than the ones that are listed? In this document and that agenda?
I can't see what you have.
I didn't.
I'm not, I'm sorry. I'm sorry,
Wait, I need some clarification. Is the little snake in the Yampa Basin?
Yes.
no, because he's an out of basin non-voting member.
I disagree. The little snake is 1/3 of the water in the Yampa River.
I am not making a geographical analysis. I'm saying he holds an out of basin non-voting seat. We've already decided he's out of basin.
Jonathan,
I agree that he's in our basin. We can all have that conversation. I'm not trying to be a jerk. I'm just saying we should abide by all the bylaws if we're gonna abide by one.
Jonathan, what a clerk, where do you actually live?
I live outside of Bags, Wyoming.
So you're in Wyoming, and it does say here, such individuals shall be members, I'm quoting from section 2, Interbasin Compact Committee. Such individuals shall be members of the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable and shall reside within the Yampa White Green River Basin. So by living in Bags, Wyoming, is that? Qualify? The strict from being from.
Difference between a political boundary being state lines.
Yeah, I'm
and
just
a
quoting what it
basin-
says.
basin boundary.
Out of state is different than out of basin.
There's water, right?
No. You get your state lines are political boundaries.
Yeah.
Basins are geographical. So
Frank,
says,
could you read that again? Yes, please. Such individuals shall be members of the Yampa White Green Basin Roundtable and shall reside within the Yampa White Green River Basin.
river basin. So he's in the river basin.
So by definition, if the river basin includes little snake,
We don't know.
I would say, because in the past, I've attempted many times to be involved in this roundtable, because I try to attend as much as I can. I partially believe that the state line was omitted because of a misunderstanding that would not even be an issue in these roundtables. And because of that, the statutes say nothing that would disqualify an out-of-stater, but I think it's because of such an unusual issue. However, the socioeconomically, the people in my valley are the families of people in Craig and Steamboat and Hayden. You know, that state line was not even understood to be where it is until satellite imagery. We've got head gates that commissioners didn't know were in which state. I was looking at plat maps today for the Colorado landowners I'm working with, and the survey lines don't even match up between the two states because of just lack of communication in the past. So I think that we're dealing with like kind of a socio-political definition that this roundtable has the ability to define because the statutes do not address it. That would be my opinion from reading. I also like, and I talked to Jefferson, I don't want to ruffle any feathers. And, you know, if it's not a good fit, I have no personal offense to that, I'm sorry.
I just want to be clear, this isn't about you.
No.
This is about bylaws that have been adapted over time to the whims of this roundtable. I'm going to say that very clearly, having sat through 16, 17 years of this. That we can't just make a commentary on where someone lives versus where their work is and not expect these issues to pop up. And so that's purely an example. It has no merit on your wordiness of sitting in that seat. I'm all for it. But we haven't done a calculation about water rights. I mean, I just think we need to hold our own feet to the fire on this, make sure we're doing it right.
So I mean, Jonathan does live in the Yampa White Green Basin. He just doesn't live in this state. Which is, that's interesting.
Andrew's got a question right
I have
now.
a comment, Steve.
Search.
We have two questions regarding the bylaws. Bylaw considerations were not an agenda item identified tonight. my opinion, it's inappropriate to vote to make a change in those bylaws until we all get a chance to read them.
Yeah.
So I think what dictates our conduct this evening as a group is exactly what it says in the bylaws. So we've heard one reading from Frank about, that was regarding the IBCC positions, which seems to be, so
That's all, Frank was reading
Weren't you reading
our
our
bylaws for the IBC position.
Yeah.
Yeah,
This is
correct.
This is
That's the state.
This is CWC.
Right, but we have our own
Yes.
bylaws. And
Yes.
it appears that by our own bylaws, Jonathan is eligible. Is that correct? Yes. And then, so that's put to rest, but the second question is, we have two interested parties for one seat. We all would love to get them on the board somehow, but we don't have a mechanical path forward to do that presently. So unless we're gonna suspend the vote and then talk about our bylaws at the next meeting, we need to call a question that's been like motion.
We have motion on the
I
floor.
think we should fill, I think we should fill the environmental seat. And then get together on the bylaws and see what we can figure out. What the bylaws say.
Mr. Chair, I'm calling the question, please.
I have a point of clarification, just to answer the second question Jackie brought up, is water rights. The question is, do we have to consider water rights in this vote? Or do we have enough already that
Out
it's
of-
irrelevant?
Out of the 15 members that I believe the water rights falls to. At least currently, at least 10 of them holds water rights
So
or
it doesn't matter
represent.
whether either of
water.
them has water right. So that should, right, it doesn't matter whether either of these two have water rights or not. It doesn't. So,
That's
Correct.
so then there's no reason to lay a vote for that reason either.
Call the question, let's vote. Environmental rep.
So here's the procedure. Someone calls the question, we vote on whether to call the question right now. No more discussion.
Okay.
All in favor of calling the question?
Okay.
Aye.
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 Now we vote on the,
All against calling the question, please say nay.
Nay.
Who is the nay?
Mario Sullivan, I'm just unclear on why we would have to call it into question. That's all.
Okay. Well, because you voted nay, Kristen will have to put that in our notes. So you got that reason behind that? Okay, so Sally has passed out papers for everybody. Please write your name on it. And then either write Gayla Poppleton or, oh, I'm sorry, I forgot. Reese. Now,
I could put our name on it? So I, well, no, not your name. No. I'll select those.
are you good with you only handed out the voting members?
Yes.
Okay,
And we also have a QR code. We have a QR code for those online.
Or you can do it with the phone. You have your phone on you.
so you guys can either direct message Kristen through the chat
You can help people now.
or private message Kristen through the chat or use the QR code.
But-
Who we sending the message to directly?
You can just send it directly. It's in the chat if you want to, or you can.
Just send it to Kristen. Who are you in the chat, Kristen?
I think I'm here for like.
Reese Felton for Gayla Poppleton.
Okay, thank you.
We don't get the, so. Because of the bylaw, you know. The other route town. Number of representatives already. You can't have more than 6.
That's for the bar seats.
For at-large seats, correct.
Just for the bar.
Just for the art, yeah, right.
Public committee. Sorry, your thing is all.
Well, you got your online.
All right, Ken, you're not bringing that resolution forward.
Anybody showing them? Are they coming through online?
Just got kicked off.
Hey, online, I couldn't use the QR code, but there was a link that was sent to me to vote for the environmental rep, and I'm presuming that is gonna be, you already received that.
Yeah, is that Alton? I've got your vote.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, while they're counting votes, let's go ahead with the agenda.
Yeah, that's your 50 minutes.
Yeah, way more than 15 minutes. Okay,
Mr. Chairman, just to conclude this, it seemed that there should be some follow-up. You want the executive committee to initiate a review of the bylaws, or what are you proposing?
so there is no bylaw committee, it's always been just Jackie, I think. So-
I offer to bring it back together, I'm happy to do that. Last meeting and.
Okay. Would you like the executive committee to do it? Would you like to?
Well, and anybody else, like Jackie or anybody that wants to join, that, yeah, but we can see if we can't come up with a couple of proposals that addresses some of the concerns that we identified tonight.
Okay. You want to work together, Jackie? We'll figure out when we could have a meeting and.
Yeah, I think it's maybe, I will admit, not the greatest time to be brought up, but I think this has been right for discussion for a while. And I apologize for bringing it at the wrong time, probably the wrong way, but I think we should address this.
And reset.
Okay,
We're almost there. People voted twice.
all right.
The bylaw, the packet that being more so. You're gonna have a bylaw discussion on the 7th, you know, like to have the bylaws in the packet, so everyone's gonna read them at some point.
How about we have like a red line, so if the group comes up with changes
That'd be
for the
great,
next meeting, then there'd be the bylaws with whatever.
right? I just like to avoid, you know, relying on one person's laptops and have that read aloud, if they're following the rules correctly. Thanks, Andy. Better. if we all have it in front of us.
Which we appreciate that.
He is the vice chair now.
All right, so, public comment for any item not on the agenda, just. Okay, thank you. Was that the 21? So we have more than.
So we have online.
So we have more than 20, we have more than 21 in attendance.
I've
correct?
got 23 in attendance now.
Okay, so we're
Yeah,
short,
yeah.
two-
Let me double
we're
check.
short 2 votes.
We need everyone to vote, okay,
Oh,
We're
I would
short
hope
2 votes.
everyone would vote.
let's see.
Or they could abstain.
Yeah.
Tell you.
Didn't vote.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So if anybody purposely abstained for voting, please let Kristen or Sally know. All right, public comment for items not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public that want to make a comment here tonight? Online?
All pressure, Frank.
Okay. Hearing none, we'll go on to CWCB update, budget and report. So Jeff Rodriguez is not on tonight. Is anybody from CWCB filling that role for Jeff?
Yes, hello, this
Jenna?
is Jenna Batson with CWCB. I'll be filling in for Jeff tonight.
Okay, thanks, Jenna.
Yeah. Good evening, everyone. Again, Jenna Batson, I'm the lead drought and conservation analyst with CWCB. Filling in for Jeff just because he is still on his reduced schedule for parental leave. Jeff is, of course, around and reachable during the week, but I will also leave my email address in the chat in case anyone needs to reach out. And for those of you who attended the Big River Committee meeting earlier today, this will be a bit of a repeat from Kat Weissmiller's update, but regarding the Colorado River, the basin states have been meeting very frequently and working towards a consensus agreement. With respect to the November 11th deadline that Reclamation set for a deal, Reclamation has released the following statement. While more work needs to be done, collective progress has been made that warrants continued efforts to define and approve details for a finalized agreement. Through continued cooperation and coordinated action, there is a shared commitment to ensuring the long-term sustainability and resilience of the Colorado River system. And so Commissioner Mitchell and her team remain committed to working towards a supply-driven, sustainable management framework and hope to have more to share soon. But at this time, they are fully focused on finding a path forward on details on a deal. And if you would like to discuss any of this further, please reach out directly to Amy Ostick. Okay, so moving on to the diversion measurement structure funding. Anna Reichen with CWCB is joining today to present on the program, so I'll leave the more detailed updates to her. But at a high level, the diversion measurement structure funding program can cover the cost of installing measurement structures at points of diversion for eligible water users in divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7 of the Colorado River Basin. Applications for Division 6 and 7 are available on CWCB's website. I will leave a link to the page and an email address for any follow-up questions. But again, I'll leave it to Anna to fill in the rest of the details during her presentation. The C9 Summit. So thank you so much to everyone who participated in this year's C9 Summit. We are working on getting the recordings from the day's events posted on the Engage CWCB page for the C9 Summit. For those of you who need to request reimbursements, the deadline to submit requests is December 5th. Please reach out to Jeff Rodriguez if you have any questions or need any of the necessary forms. Water plan grant update. We have $12.1 million available for the December 1st application deadline. You can find the available allocation for each category on the water plan grants webpage. Applicants are very strongly encouraged to reach out to their regional grant manager for questions and just schedule a pre-application meeting prior to submitting that application. I have some updates today from the water plan agency actions. CWCB is funding a new research project, which is an evaluation of 20 years of the roundtables and IBCC. This will be conducted by Kelsey McElroy, who is a sociologist and conducted and co-wrote the Lessons Learned from Compact Administration in the Arc, Rio, and Republican Basins. She also presented on having hard conversations at last month's C9 Summit, and she is also the IBCC facilitator. So the purpose of this project is really threefold. First, examining where the roundtables and IBCC are at today and how they have evolved over the last 20 years. Second is how they are or are not meeting the needs of their watersheds. And then finally, to look at whether and how they need to adapt and change to meet the needs of their watersheds for the next 20 years. So this work is expected to culminate in a quote unquote report card on how the roundtables and IBCC are doing, as well as recommendations for the future informed by interviews and focus groups with roundtable and IBCC members. So this work is definitely influential in completing Agency Action 4.2, which calls for support the long-term sustainability and impact of basin roundtables. Kelsey plans to conduct interviews and focus groups as well as visit each basin roundtable over the next 6 months. And the findings will hopefully be presented at the C9 Summit in 2026. I'll also leave Kelsey's contact information in case you want to reach out and chat with her further. Just some funding reminders. The WSRF deadline is December 1st. The water plan grant deadline, again, December 1st as well. And then the technical assistance for federal cost sharing program. Those grants are open and there is a rolling deadline there. We have a couple upcoming events. The Water Conditions Monitoring Committee meeting is on November 18th from 9:30 to noon. And then the next CWCB board meeting is also next week on November 18th and 19th at the Denver Marriott West. And that is all I have unless anybody has any questions, and I will leave all of the chats and emails and the names and phone numbers that I alluded to in the chat. So thank you for having me.
Thank you. All right, does anybody have any questions? Hearing none, I think you're off the hook. Thank you. What?
Yeah, I mean, she pretty much filled the gamut there, which was fine with me. We had our last meeting, in Durango. And of course, you know, the hot topic and the main topic was, Shoshone acquisition. Then I really can't say a whole lot about it. You know, all I can tell you is it was a miserable day and a half, getting the hard chairs, listening to the lawyers.
I really feel like.
Like, where are you at in that process?
Yeah, so basically, the Colorado River District gave us a reprieve, enough time to actually make the decision instead of having to do it last month. They came to the table to us and they said, we're gonna give you guys some time. Cause there was so much to that, and then, so we'll finish that, deliberation, next, or Wednesday afternoon, in the afternoon. And I don't believe there's gonna be too much more testimony. I should have done both out. Basically board deliberation. There's a few questions that they really come back and ask, or that we asked to come back on. And they'll come back.
This is all just to approve for your deciding on whether to approve the in-stream flow designation.
Yeah.
And then they still have to go to district court, which you should be really glad you're not a district judge.
Yeah, I mean, there's, most of the issues are, you know, has to do with the court. Historical abuse and all that stuff.
Thank you for doing this.
And then, you know, as she said, you know, our next meeting is, Wednesday and Thursday, at the Denver West Marriott. Which ironically, I just got back from today. She spent the last 2 days there. So looking forward to it. Other than that, that's pretty much all I got.
Okay, anybody have any questions for Mike? Here in the room or online? Hearing none. Drop the hook, Mike. Thank you. Okay. Kristen. You wanna?
Yeah, it looks like, so I have 10 for Jayla and then 13 for Reese, and that's 23. That's how many we need.
Okay.
So Reese has 3 more than Jayla.
All right, well, thank you, Reese. Congratulations and thanks, Jayla, for your interest in the seat, and hopefully you'll attend meetings in the future.
Thank you, Steve. I plan to.
Okay. All right, thank you. All right, so grant committee updates and grant requests. Frank?
Well, I'll start off by saying, during our executive committee meeting, Steve puts a very elaborate timetable together for this meeting. And my agenda topic, which is the grants update, was supposed to start at 6:57. 7:09. So the good news is we're only 12 minutes behind. So we're gonna do our best to maybe make up a little time. I will ask either Sally or Kristen to pull those. You had them up earlier. There you go. You can skip that first one. I'll quickly go through our agenda. We're gonna talk briefly about our schedule this grant cycle. Do a scroll down. We'll then talk about kind of the financial status of the 2026 grant cycle. We'll have an action item, which we'll talk about here shortly, and then we've got 3 grant presentations. And then probably the most important thing is there are a ton of documents that are included in the drive. So hopefully everyone had a chance to look at the grants, look at some of the information, so we can do an efficient job of getting through the grants and asking the grantees or the applicants questions. So the grant cycle schedule, let's scroll up just a little bit there, Sally. basically, it's a little hard to read, but anyways, we're in the first cycle and we have 4 cycles. We line out when the actual grant applications are due. The grants committee reviews those. The full review, we're now in that November 12th full review by the BRT. And then the CWCB, of course, has to review all these applications. And then we get a final approval. So that's just a quick overview. Again, this is the first of 4 cycles. Next slide. Right now, our status, we actually thought we would end the year with about $569,000 from the last grant cycle. We actually had a little bit of a windfall. There were some additional funds deposited in our account. So going into the 2026 cycle, we've got about $604,000. So what this slide briefly shows you is if all the existing applications are approved this evening, we'll have about $449,000 in the account going into the second cycle, if you will. So this just provides just a quick snapshot of kind of where we're at as of this evening, if you will. This is all, of course, contingent upon CWCB board reviewing and approving these various grants. Go ahead, Sally. The other thing that we do every year at the grant committee level is we discuss a target budget level to grant funds out. Last year, that amount was $550,000. We ended up only granting out about $440,000 of that. So based on kind of where we start for the year, which is about $604,000, the committee decided to recommend to this board, and we'll need to vote on this. This is one of the action items, a budgeted grant amount of $500,000 for this grant cycle. So that would leave us, if in fact all $500,000 was granted, about $104,000 going into the 2027 grant cycle. So I'll pause there. Anyone have any questions on the financial update? If not, we can let Steve run through the motion and the vote on the proposed recommendation for a $500,000 grant allocation for this cycle.
Okay, so the grant committee recommended 500.
Kelly had a question.
Oh,
Sorry.
Yeah,
Just real quick, so did I understand the new account balance down here would be after the 500,000? Was, so 449,000 is what we still have left?
Well, that's actually 604 minus 154. That would be the 449. That would be the grants.
All the grants we're hearing tonight
Oh,
have been subtracted out of that potential remaining.
okay.
You good?
So after the 500, so assuming we budget 500,000 out, what does that leave us to go in?
350,000.
Okay, that's what I didn't hear.
Yeah. This just shows if we have the total amount to grant out the 440.
Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so I would take a motion for recommending approval of the $500,000.
Second, Brenner seconds.
Gabe Brenner, second. All in favor of recommending approval of $500,000 for 2026 grant funding, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay, the ayes have it. Thanks, Frank.
Great, thank you. Scrolling down there, Sally, please. That was the motion that we went through. Thank you. Next slide. So as I said earlier, we've got 3 grants requests for this evening. On the drive and in the packet, there are a number of items. On the drive, there's the actual applications for each one of these grants. There's letters of support for each one of these grants. And there's also what is probably the most important document, a summary document of all 3 of the grants. So hopefully everyone's had a chance to look at those. And so just a kind of quick reminder of how this works, each grant applicant, I think they're all here, which is great, has about a 7 minute, 5 to 7 minute presentation, which they'll go through 3 slides. And then we've got the same amount of time for Q&A, which leaves us then about a minute or a minute and a half for a motion and a vote on each one of the grants. So with that said, I will go ahead and essentially turn it over to Jeff Derry. He is our first grant applicant. He is with the Center for Snow and Avalanche Studies, and this is a grant for the Dust on Snow Collection and Cosmic Ray Evaluation Project. So Jeff, I'll turn it over to you.
Thank you. Where do you want? This is a spot.
Sorry.
Okay. Thanks everybody for making the time. Really appreciate it. I'm just gonna jump on in here. With this grant request, we're asking for support for maintaining our statewide dust on snow monitoring and reporting efforts. We have 11 sites around the state of Colorado. They're located at mountain passes near snowtail stations to capture the regional dust deposition and ask where the snow is at those mountain passes. Down here in the lower left of San Juan Mountains, we operate the Cinderbeck Study Basin. And in that basin, we do a lot of applied research. We host research and do our own applied research. And a lot of information comes out of that basin that benefits the entire state of Colorado. About 90% of it does. But it's also in Cinderbeck. We intensively monitor dust on snow. So next slide, please.
I'm doing it.
Okay, so why monitor dust on snow? Well, to be brief, we get dust storms coming in on storms in winter time. It could be out of the Four Corners region. It could be out of the Chihuahua Desert down in Mexico. It could be out of the Uinta Basin just directly west of here. But when we get storms, they can kick up some dust, break to the snowpack, settle it on the surface. When that dust gets to the surface, it lowers the albedo or the reflectance of the snow surface, absorbing more solar radiation and affects the timing rate of snow melt. Like you imagine, makes it melt faster, typically makes it melt earlier in the season. That plot you see at the bottom there just kind of shows the relationship between albedo and stream flow. The red line is albedo, so the higher that red line goes up, the more reflectance that snowpack has, and the blue line is stream flow. So when albedo goes up, highly reflective, stream flow goes down. When albedo goes down, dirty snow surface, stream flow goes up. So it's pretty 1-to-1 pretty much. And so if you want to know for efficiency, going to when the snow is going to melt and how fast, and you have an idea of how fast, you need to know snow albedo. And so we collect snowmelt equivalent and snow albedo, but that's really good at the timing of snow melt. You really got to know, and biggest driver of that is dust on the surface. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, so the dust on snow monitoring is the vast majority of this grant request. A pretty small portion of the request is going towards our
Hey, sorry to interrupt. We can't see it online, the presentation. If you could please share the presentation online, that'd be great.
I've got it up, Sal. I've got it up too.
Yeah.
It's in the packet, Ken.
Okay, thanks. I'll check that out.
I mean,
It's up here.
Yeah, it seems to be. Sure, you know. Yeah, that's what, I mean, I see. Can keep going.
Okay. So a small portion of the grant goes towards calibrating and maintaining our weather stations in Cinderbeck Study Basin, which is really important because a lot of folks use this data. We push our station data to the National Weather Service, push it to State Colorado Avalanche Information Center. The Bureau of Reclamation receives a daily feed of our station data along with our dust on snow field observations. And they found that it leads to longer lead times for reservoir operations, improved water supply forecasting. They achieved higher and longer environmental and endangered species in-stream flow targets, which is really important in their neck of the woods. And they found that it optimizes recreational use such as rafting on the Dolores under the McPhee Reservoir, for example. So basically, it improves the efficiency of the allocation of the stream flow because they know when it's coming down the mountain. We push data to the Colorado Basin River Forecast Center. Our stations are well above higher than any snowtail station, so they're getting observations from above tree line, which is there's a huge void above tree line and monitoring. So we are the only organization monitoring that high up with these types of stations. They also receive our updates as well. Their model can ingest solar radiation or albedo. We have some workarounds for it. We use MODIS data to try and assess dust on the snow and then tweak the models accordingly. With our information, we kind of give them an albedo forecast by digging snow profiles. We could tell them where in the snowpack the dust layers are, when they may come to the surface, and what effect they will have on snow melt, so they can prepare for that in their modeling. It was the grant committee requested that I discuss how we might integrate and collaborate with our data collection as well as with other snow data collection efforts that are ongoing as well. And first off to say, the snow community does collaborate a lot. Just for example, the USGS, they use our basin to collect their snow chemistry samples from the Rocky Mountain region down in southern Colorado. They co-located their NGWAS station here next to our station. Next generation water observing system, NGWAS station, because they wanted to assess how their unproven and economical sensors compared to our more research grade sensors. Across the state of Colorado, we collect dust samples, including the Robert Ayers Pass, and the USGS runs those samples in their lab. And we, out of that data and information, we do all sorts of stuff, such as source the data, assess the mineral composition of the dust and how that affects albedo. And even more recently, looked into the microplastics in those samples going back 15, 20 years. So it's a rich data set. So all that said, well, maybe ASO is a good example too, because ASO, Airborne Snow Observatory, is very active in Colorado nowadays. And so they developed their methodology, if you will, in our basin as well as in California. And they use our data, we use their data. And importantly as well, the models, model development, this takes place in our basin as well, where the ice snowball model, the warp hydro model, which is part of the ASO package, that model development takes place in our basin, has taken place, it still does in our basin. So for our part, we want to get better. So a lot of our data is qualitative, right? We dig snow profiles and we make these albedo forecasts. A lot of models, most of the models can't incorporate albedo anyways into their models, like the CBRC, the NRCS, the Bureau of Reclamation models can't ingest that. The WRF hydro and the ice snowball models can. So our goal in the short term here, our next big objective, is to collect quantitative data that we feed into those models. And because, and these new models are relatively new on the scene, right? They haven't been around for more than just a few years of using operational sense. So we want to expand our data collection when we go to these photo sites to inform these models in a better way. Okay, what did I forget on the slide? There's a lot on the slide. Yeah,
we're running out of time.
okay, next slide, please. On that note. A very small portion of the grant request is going towards assessing the feasibility of using a cosmic ray neutron sensor to measure stormwater equivalents. The cosmic ray is used for soil moisture measurements. And we are in a collaboration with Colorado State University to assess how well it measures sweet. This is a good example of an instrument taken to the field and along with other instruments to measure albedo and soil radiation. When we go to these photo sites to measure sweet along the watershed as we're driving, as we're parking in one spot collecting data. So this is kind of seen as a potential way to kind of get a spatial data of sweet. It's very inexpensive. It's not a point data of like a snowtail station, and it's not like ASO project, which is covering the whole basin at a hefty price. This is a very inexpensive method that probably use. And we could probably use it as we measure soil moisture. We can use it in summertime, fall, other part of the season to assess drought conditions, or flood potential or what have you. So I'll stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. I just wanted to point out, this is a grant request equal to $30,000. And we are one of 8 other basins, or one of 8 total basins that this same request is being asked of. So each basin has been asked for $30,000. The match on this one is about $274,000. So it's about a 50-50 match. So I just wanted to point that out before we move to questions and then an actual motion.
And it's a 4-year project.
Yeah, so it starts mid-year 2026, runs through mid-year 2033.
Any questions? Okay, something unclear that I was.
Yeah, just a very basic question, for $30,000, what activities do you specifically perform within the Ample White Green Basin? And so be it 3 snow pits, 1 snow pit, 4 times a year. What's the actual?
Snow pits in the springtime, March, April, and May. And possibly June if we get a big snowpack, and when Rabbit Ears typically has a big snowpack. And then it also does support, like I mentioned, the weather stations, which inform, the forecast centers and the model development and ground truthing for snow flights, for example. So, I know our Center Beck station is way down there in the San Juan Mountains, but it does have a statewide benefit.
So I think I understood your question, but trying to understand how this directly benefits the Amber White Green.
Yeah, so by knowing when dust is at the surface or not at the surface, we have an idea, a very good idea of how that affects snow melt, which will tell us when the water is going to be in the river.
Okay, so that part I understand now. Do you have specific locations identified where you're doing this?
Yeah, at Rabbit Ears Pass.
Okay, just there, because I haven't heard any others, just that.
In the Yampa Green White, yes, just there.
Okay, thank you.
Will?
You're the president. On this.
Oh. Doug?
So, yeah, real quickly. So, yeah, I support all of this. Somehow we need to get to cause and effect and start fixing the cause that's causing this. So when I was a kid and my grandpa was a kid, we didn't have dust on snow. So we need to come up. I'm all in favor of figuring out how we move forward and collecting the data. But at the same point in time, we need to figure out where this stuff's coming from and how we remedy it. So, California would just is probably loving our dust on snow. Cause we're not putting the water into the ground. We're just running it right straight off down the stream. So anyhow, thank you.
Yeah, that's a very good point. And our organization is part of a larger group that is kind of headed up by the Wright Ingram Institute, which is a nonprofit. And they kind of corralled us over this last couple of years to include artists, ranchers, you name it, professions across the spectrum to address the issue and the exact cause of the problem. And so this group is a working group that helps people connect, apply for grants, and do soil remediation, soil health projects in the source region. And each source region is different, right? And there's different landowners for all these regions, which is complicate things as well. And so we are part of making finding this a solution to the problem, not just measuring the problem.
Okay. Will, make it quick.
Just, yes, quick clarification. You're saying that existing models don't have the way to use this parameter as of now, trying to get to a point to where they can?
Many models can incorporate radiation data, like forecast centers, but some models can, such as the ASO packaged models, being more hydro and ice snowball. So we want to, the models sooner or later are going to come around, even with forecast centers and the RCS and field rec. And so we want to start collecting this data to provide a quantitative number or series of numbers that they can ingest into their model to run the model, prove the model.
And then you want to be ahead of the curve so when they can start using it or.
Yeah, we will be ahead of the curve for some of the models that aren't active, can use solar radiation, but we also feel like we're kind of behind the curve because some models can, like ASO models can use solar radiation, not beam information. So we got to get in there and get going. And last year we upgraded our weather stations, which was $100,000 through a generous grant through some researcher. So now this is the next objective for us.
Okay, so the grant committee recommended this grant for approval to the White Green Roundtable meeting for the amounts shown above. I need a motion in a second. Oh,
I was just pointing, yeah.
that's fine right there.
Brenner moves approval of the grant committee recommendation, $30,000. The White Green WSRF funds for the center, snow and avalanche studies.
Also.
Okay, I have a motion in a second. Any further discussion?
Who was
Okay.
the second?
Yeah. Okay, all in favor of the motion on the table, please say aye.
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 All opposed, please say nay. Okay, motion carries, Frank.
Great, thank you, Jeff, appreciate it.
Thank you all.
All right, our next grant presentation is from Vanessa Trout. She's the executive director with the Douglas Creek Slope and White River Conservation District, and her grant is for $100,000. And this will be for infrastructure repairs that are a result of the Lee and Elm fires. So if you want to advance to the next slide, Vanessa?
Yes.
Presenting.
Hello, everybody. Vanessa Trout, as we've been introduced, I serve as the executive director and the forestry program coordinator for the White River and Douglas Creek Conservation Districts in Rio Blanco County. We have office in Meeker. And I would like to share with you tonight a proposed program that is a result of damages and destruction of diversion infrastructure from the Lee and Elk fires and post-fire debris flows. So this is the Rio Blanco County Post-Fire Diversion Infrastructure Resilience Pilot Project. That's a mouthful. Okay, next slide, please.
So as you can imagine, these damaged and destroyed infrastructures have prevented water users from diverting water and measuring flows. And so, of course, you then can imagine the impacts that that is having on agriculture and livestock businesses. So in these pictures, it's hard to see. A colleague once told me to use 6 lines per slide. And so hopefully you can see this, but it is buried, the flume buried under debris flows. And then that is also a diversion infrastructure that is completely covered by debris material from slides. And so this 3-year pilot program will help landowners hopefully rebuild smarter and use resilient materials and potentially improve their existing structures. It ensures that agriculture production continues, water rights are protected, and of course, sediment and debris is reduced downstream. Next slide, thank you. This program represents true local and Colorado partnerships. As you can see, all the different partners that are on the screen here, from DWR to Colorado River District, Trout Unlimited, SGM, the YWG Green Basin Roundtable, CWCB, Tri-State, Colorado Independent Cattle Growers, and I didn't know that I had to submit the support letters, but we do have support letters from Tri-State, thank you, Jackie, and Trout Unlimited, the Board of County Commissioners, Douglas Creek Conservation District, the White River Conservancy District, thank you, Alden, and I think that was it. So that's also included, but not in your packet. So we've engaged landowners, state and local engineers, regional partners to design this practical and replicable model for post-fire recovery and even beyond. It's not necessarily strictly for post-fire. Right? So every diversion will be verified by Division 6 and supported by local cost share. So the district has a policy of 50% cost share with landowners and our programs, so that will be included. This maximizes the YWG Green Basin Roundtable and CWC investment. It has basin-wide benefit and also state impact. Let's see. Next slide, please. Okay, so this investment can help implement a recovery model and also a replacement model that restores vital infrastructure, improves efficiency, and enhances both agriculture and environmental outcomes. So it starts off with a 1-page application. Thank you, Andy Grassi, for making sure that it was a 1-pager. And you might have all seen this model before. Andy, I think, presented this one in 2019. Something very similar, but it was diversion infrastructure improvements. So this was kind of modeled after the Upper Yampa Conservancy Districts program. So it starts off with a 1-page application. The White River Conservation District Board members will approve it. It can either go one of 2 ways. So tier 1 will just be simply replacing, repairing, modernizing, and implementing like measuring devices, flumes and weirs. It'll be approved by the DWR. The landowner will pay the costs, and then that will be reimbursed through the district's 50%. You can go another direction with tier 2, and this one will receive, they're probably going to be a little bit bigger projects, right? Maybe some stream bank restoration, some erosion issues, maybe some bigger projects with diversion infrastructure. So there will be probably need to be some technical support, and that's where Trout Unlimited, SGM and SWCA has committed their support for that. They'll go to the DWR, implement work, landowner will pay, and the districts will reimburse 50%. And so the total project, as far as contribution, is 135. So we're asking for $100,000 from the YWG Green Basin Roundtable. We've received $25,000 from Tri-State, $2,500 from Independent Cattle Growers Association, And then you can't really see it here, but you can see it in your packet, is 7,500 of in-kind donation from the district administration. So that would be with the match, about $270,000 for a total fund. And this is again, a 3-year project, pilot project, and potentially more. You know, obviously, we're gonna have more fires, so this is something we're testing out with this specific fire, and potentially can go into another fire. Hopefully not that we have one, but we have to. So thank you for your time, thank you for your consideration, and I'll open it up to any questions. Yes, sir.
Just clarify on the tier 2, the Trout Unlimited SGM and the Colorado River District money. That's who pays the technical support.
So, well, the SGM would be the technical support, Trout Unlimited would be state project management, and then Colorado River District, I don't know if, I think Rebecca's out of town, is anybody online from Colorado River District? They have committed their support just in case the projects go beyond what we have in the bucket for this grant. They have committed that they will support any projects that go over. And if there are, say, over 2 to 3 projects, that they said that they would be willing to entertain the thought of, or an opportunity to bundle more projects together for additional like funding and programs. Because we already have about 5 people interested in tier 1 and about 7 people interested in tier 2. So we're already kind of beyond what we're asking for.
So the River District, yeah. They,
Yes, sir.
their guidelines say they have to have physical placement on the ground. And because this is kind of a concept thing, but as soon as, other than so saying if they get a packet of them, they want to contribute, they just can't. Because of where they're at in the process.
Makes sense. Thank you.
I was curious, can this be coordinated with this program for the diversion structures that would qualify for this program so that, balance of funding could go to other?
Yep, so I know we're gonna hear about that program on later today, and I have limited knowledge of it, but from what I know, you can't mix that with other grant opportunities.
Yeah, so what I'm saying, can you identify like a measuring device that needs to be replaced because of the overflow damage? And have it directed to this program to save money for other aspects of the wildfire recovery?
Sure.
The answer would be yes.
Yep.
Yep.
Bill, we're in the same boat at Upper Yampa with our own diversion program, so as you guys just discussed, the CWCD program is just for the measure.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
Where's measured by
Your head gates, all that other stuff.
Right.
All of these other.
Then that means money to do head gates and do street restoration together.
Yes.
Stabilization. So. That would, take advantage of as much of that as you can.
Absolutely.
Okay, any more questions or Vanessa?
Sure. That's, you're good, thank you. Sally, if you want to scroll to the next slide, we'll let Steve, call the question. We'll get some, their grant.
Okay, so the action, we need a motion and a second to approve the grant request for $100,000. So moved. So moved, seconded. Kelly's got the second. Andy's got the first. You moved, right? Oh, Mike moved, okay. Sorry, Mike Campbell. Mike Campbell moved, Kelly second. Okay, all in favor of the motion on the floor to approve the grant request for $100,000, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay? Okay, you guys have it?
Great, thank you. Scroll to the next slide. Our last, grant application in Grady Bailey, you've got 3 minutes, I'm just kidding. It's this is the South Side Highline Ditch Diversion Project. This is about a $50,000 project, of which the applicant is asking for 50% or $24,591 to be exact. The packet of materials is in the folder there. So with no more opening comments, I'll turn it over to Grady Bailey to go through this one.
All right, thank you, everybody. I'm Rick Pearson, Colorado Ag Water.
Will be the applicant for this project, Southside Highline Ditch, they are, an unincorporated ditch company, so just to make that up. Bailey, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, also, a ranch on, this ditch right here. So, project total is just $48,182. We're asking for about 50% of that from the round table. A quarter of that project been approved by the River District, and then the other quarter is gonna be paid for by the ditch company. And I think they were including the letters of support from CPW, county, and the White River Conservation District. And so just a smaller ditch, unincorporated ditch with 4 shareholders, 4 ranches, diverts about 33 CFS, irrigates 550 acres. You can see in the background. Here's Beaker, that it's that more northern section of that water area of irrigated acreage. And they've got 2 tranches of water rights, 1889 and 1947. Next slide. So I'm gonna pass it over to Bailey, where we got to where we're at. And right today.
Well, thank you for your time and consideration. My name is Bailey Franklin. I wear a lot of different hats. I've worked for CPW permanently, but I'm a 3rd generation family cattle rancher in Meeker as well. And I get to be the spokesman for the 4 shareholders, so appreciate your time. As Greg said, in 2024, we participated in the White River Conservation District assessment survey. And they had a team come out and look at our diversion and assessed it. It gave us a lot of great feedback, which is basically why we're here. They identified several issues with our diversion. Specifically, it's just old. The head gate is wearing out. The culvert's rusting out underneath, that supplies water to our ditch, and then the concrete wall that holds that head gate and that culvert together to crumbling. So, and then the flume is also showing some spots that are rusting out. So it's just time to replace that infrastructure with only 4 shareholders on the ditch. Cost going up, it's just hard for us to justify it and afford to do this whole project by ourselves, which is why we're seeking your support. The flood irrigation provides a lot of indirect benefits to the community. 2 of the 4 ranches are in perpetual conservation easements through the Colorado Cattle Ag Land Trust, so there's a lot of indirect benefits to the whole watershed and community there from this ditch and the flood irrigation practices that we provide. So from the wildlife standpoint, it's a huge benefit public and community from wetlands that we provide, the flood irrigation, and all those indirect benefits that were identified through the return flow study that Claire will talk about next. So pretty straightforward project.
Yeah, and next, I think in the packet, there's a letter we got outlined for some, just going through just all the different species that rely on this kind of habitat in this area. So this ditch, along with a number of others in the area, participated in the current flow study that I'm sure quite a few of you are probably familiar with. And just thinking of that, okay, we're working on a ditch, but this ditch and this irrigated acreage, like a lot of those systems in that area, acts as a slow release reservoir. And then about 75% of the water that they're diverting is actually just going to make it back to the White River later in the season, hoping at most. And so just they were a participant in that project, and really glad that we were able to get that good information, telling us something that we felt like we owned. But there's, yeah, the flood irrigation really serves that purpose further downstream later here. And I just forgot my last. So the project itself, replacing that head gate, that structure around there, the head gate is also attached to a large culvert and the flume, and hopefully we'll be able to do that next year. And I think for me, what I think is really important about this project is, I mean, a few years ago, you started this ditch inventory and this diversion assessment with the intent to really get ditches organized and motivated. And that's something I think about a lot, is how do you get ditch companies to do this work? There's no shortage for it. And it isn't easy. And I think here now you've got your first of that group, one of the first, getting themselves together. We're going to be looking at
equip after this and other sources of funding to figure out some other projects on that ditch. But that's where I think that you all took that as, you know, especially the White River, took that as an initiative to really get ditches organized. And now they're starting in that process. Okay, any questions?
Questions? That was great. Thank you so much. Questions for Greg or Bailey?
Are you guys just gonna kind of replace what's there? You're gonna upgrade with digital stuff or anything like that?
Yeah, Mike, we're just gonna replace what's there. It's been working great. It's pretty simple diversion point. It doesn't need a lot of engineering or redesign. It just needs to be replaced.
Good.
Okay.
Real quick,
Oh,
so is Mario on? Did you get to be a part of that, review, Mario, way back when you did those version assessments?
Yes.
Cool, good job, you guys.
All right, Sally, you wanna go? Great. So Steve, I'll let you take it away from here.
All right, so the required action summary is a recommendation. A motion and a second for a recommendation of approval of the grant request for $24,591. Grant committee does recommend this for the basic roundtable approval.
I make a motion.
Doug makes a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Mike, Kelly? Kelly, it's yours. Mike got the last one. Okay, I have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
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 Opposed, nay? Okay, the ayes have it.
Thanks, guys. Appreciate it. Thank you. One more slide. This will only take 20 minutes. No, just kidding. This is our schedule. Our next application deadline is November 19th, which is next Wednesday. The grants committee meeting is December 10th, and then of course our basic round table to hear any grants that come forward in the second cycle is January 14th. Kudos, like I do every meeting, to all the people that are on the committee. We've got 7 or 8 people that participate, and I really appreciate their participation. We're all overpaid, but at the end of the day, there's a lot that goes into these grants, a lot of vetting, a lot of questions before they get to this committee. So, or get to this basic roundtable. So thanks to everyone. Anyone have any questions of me or any other committee members?
Nice work.
Yeah. Thanks, everybody.
Good job, Frank.
Thank you. Only 6 minutes behind. I made up 4 minutes.
Thank you. Hey, Aaron, you're up.
Okay, I'm gonna be brief because all I'm gonna do is set the stage for Anna, who I think is speaking next. So really just more of a reminder of where we are in the measurement rule process. We have had 2 deadlines pass. I'm sure as everybody's aware, we have the January 16th, 2025 deadline, the July 16th, 2025 deadline, and our next deadline is January 6th, 2026. And that's for structures that divert less than 2 CFS or store less than 5 acre feet. So that's our next deadline. I will say we have been granting an extraordinary number of extensions. Right now, we're well over 250 extensions. We expect to see more and more extensions of time come in. They are 1-year extensions. People are allowed to file for another year extension. You can file as many 1-year extensions as necessary. However, these first extensions, we've been just granting. You file the extension, we'll grant it. For the next round of extensions, if you haven't completed your projects and installed your infrastructure within a year, we're gonna be really looking to see what have you done? Are you actually trying to come into compliance with the rules? And we're gonna be a little more particular about just granting any extension. And with that said, we do have some extensions that have already met their 1-year deadline because they did file extension a year or even more ago. So we are starting to come up on some deadlines. So with that said, another thing that's gonna probably result in more extensions is this spring. For those structures that are out of compliance, we are gonna start tagging their head gate with an order and shutting their head gate. If they don't have a head gate, we will be issuing a formal order to them to comply with the measurement rules, because obviously I can't shut a structure off from diverting water if they don't have a head gate. I'm also, Jacob Olson and myself will be meeting with, staff from the Attorney General's office and, Director Ullman early in the year to discuss how and when we are going to be issuing orders for measuring devices and what actions we're going to take if people do not comply with even an order that was issued. So hopefully we won't get to that point. If we're issuing orders, people will come into compliance because otherwise there'll probably be a complaint in district court to ensure compliance with the rules. And I will say, you know, it can be a harsh process that we're gonna have to take, but to get compliance. However, I think those who know me, I've been here for a long time. I was thinking about Jack, who said she's been here for 16 or 17 years. I think I've been coming to these meetings since early 2006. So people know me, and I've been pushing for installation of measuring devices since I've been with DWR, which is even further back than that. And my water commissioners have been doing the same. And whether it's issuing orders for measuring devices on the Yampa River in 2007, 2006 and 2007 in the tune of almost 100 structures, whether it's requiring measurement on the Elk River or the big bulk orders that I issued in 2019 that exceeded 500 orders, and that was in the Yampa North Platte. I've been really trying to encourage and push people to come into compliance with the statutes to install head gates and measuring devices. So why did former Director Kevin Ryan pick Division 6 to start the measurement rules? You guys have all heard this. It's because number one of my efforts and because of the problem we had in Division 6 with people not measuring their water. It was kind of a low-hanging fruit to go for Division 6. These rules and measurement of water is really critical, and being able to control that water and how much water goes down the ditch is equally as critical. So to me, enforcing these rules is really important to myself and to the state of Colorado. So with that said, sounds like some harsh methods, but I do think we're going to get there. I think we've led the way in the rules, and we should lead the way as water users in coming into compliance with those rules. I think that's about all I had, and maybe that's a good kickoff for Anna if she's on there.
She is.
Okay.
So I just have one question, or maybe a couple. You were at the meeting on the 4th, the work that Anna trying to roll this out.
Yeah.
You were thinking there were between 600 and 800 measuring devices needed across the Yampa White Green Basin or in Division 6.
Right, yeah. And I will say, back when I was starting to give presentations on all of the structures that needed measuring devices, I remember the White River alone, I think, had 800 structures that needed measurement. My guess is yes, now we've been coming into compliance with the rules under the statutes and have more infrastructure in place, but that's just a rough guess that we're probably in the 600 to 800, probably close to 800 structures needing measurement. Yeah.
Okay. And I know with this, because of the quick time frame on this, we're not going to get a lot of time for questions at the end. Are your water commissioners available for people to call and try to figure out if they've got, whether they have one or not? That should be pretty easy, but if it's not working correctly.
Yeah, absolutely. And I would say an easy place, it's 9 o'clock at night. You don't want to call the water commissioner. Go online and look on CDSS and see if we have information on your infrastructure on there. We do have another bulk upload of data coming soon. So if you do have a smaller structure, that data might not be on CDSS. That's going to be there soon. That's the first place I would check, is go to CDSS and you can pull up your structure and look to see what the compliance status is. If it is blank, call your water commissioner. I think a lot of you know the water commissioners. They are the most magnificent people in the world. They're out there to help you and they want to help you. So please call them if you have questions.
Okay, thank you, Aaron.
Yeah.
All right, Anna.
Great. Can you hear me?
Just barely, yes.
Oh man. Okay. Yeah, thanks for having me. Thanks for giving me some time to let you all know about the diversion measurement installation program. I tried to cull some of these slides down, so I might ask you to skip one or two, so that way we have a little bit more time for questions as well.
Okay.
Yeah, I can't control. Okay, so can you go to the next slide, please? Thank you. Yeah, so at the end of 2024, Reclamation through the Upper Colorado River Commission authorized $7 million for diversion measurement structures in Colorado. The purpose is to implement the 2019 drought contingency plans. And this funding comes at a obviously helpful time when DWR is already implementing diversion measurement rules on the West Slope. The program is for installing flumes and weirs and meters in the Colorado River Basin of divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7. The devices will be installed at or near the point of diversion, and the program is administered by the CWCB in coordination with DWR and facilitated by our consultant, SGM. Yeah, the next one, please. Thanks. So DWR conducted a needs assessment across the West Slope and found that there are about 2,800 active diversions without measurement. And so there's a lot of need on the West Slope. And so we're really hoping that at the end of this, we have spent all $7 million and we have none left. That would be our goal, to hopefully meet at least a large portion of this need. Next slide, please. So we're trying to get to the basins where measurement rules are already in place. Oh, sorry. Can you go to the next slide? Sorry. This is one of the ones I skipped. Thanks. So we're trying to get to the place, the basins where measurement rules are already in place. So this first round, we're looking for applications in Division 6 and Division 7. And then round 2, which will start kind of in the summer of 2026 with advertising and meetings in Divisions 4 and 5. We'll go from 2026 and with installations in 2027. And then the next 2 rounds, round 3 and round 4, basically the years 2027 through 2029, we'll circle back to all of the basins kind of subject to interest in this first round of applications. Could you go to the next slide, please? So what we're calling kind of round 1 with Division 6 and Division 7. The applications have just opened on the website, so they're now live on the CWCB Diversion Measurement Installation Program website. The application will close on January 31st, 2026. There will be kind of a truncated NEPA environmental process needed for these applications, which will take place over the winter. And then we will start installations in the spring through the fall of 2026, kind of depending on irrigation schedules and how that shakes out. Could you go to the next slide, please? Then again, this is basically, we have the same thing in round 2, starting the summer of 2026 through the fall of 2027 with Divisions 4 and 5. Next one, please. So who's eligible? Anyone in the Upper Colorado River Basin of Divisions 4, 5, 6, and 7. If you have a missing or faulty measurement device at the point of diversion, we're defining faulty basically as does it pass measurement rules. If it does not pass measurement rules, then you likely have a faulty device and could apply for this program. You must own or use an active water right, and then you must have legal access to the installation site as well, so that we have the permission to be able to go and install those structures. Next slide, please. Skip this one. Who's not eligible? The opposite of that, pretty much. Okay, so applications are submitted and then selected based on a review from a few groups of criteria. So we're working with division engineers on that criteria list and how kind of to weight those criteria. And then they will go through that environmental process. Flumes, weirs, and meters will be purchased and installed by subcontractors. There's an earmark of 25% of the funding for each division. But we cannot do reimbursements for these projects due to the nature of the federal funding. On the website, we have an application and we also have a statement of interest form. In Divisions 6 and 7, you would only need to do the application since that's live, and Divisions 4 and 5 will be the people to submit interest forms. So we have an idea of kind of how many people we're looking at in each division and kind of what the geographical layout is. But next year, when we would have applications open for Divisions 4 and 5, anyone that did not apply in the first round and would still like to be considered for the program would submit a statement of interest form from divisions 6 and 7. Next slide, please. You can skip this one. Yeah, thanks. So like I said, we're working with the division engineers to draft a scoring rubric for applications that include things like administrative benefit. Is this a part of the river? Is this over appropriated? Do we really need measurement here more strongly to help administration? Is it a larger decreed water right, a smaller decreed water right? Is it used for agriculture or consumptive use component? What is the access like to the site? Is this somewhere that we can get to easily? Is it going to require a lot more effort or more difficult? And then what's the cost kind of associated with this project, and how suitable is it to the purpose of the program? And so these aren't exhaustive, and these things are things that we're still discussing and drafting. We don't want to discourage anyone from applying due to this criteria. If we don't have more applications than we have money also, then we hope to be able to fund almost all of them. Next slide, please. So in terms of installation, a licensed subcontractor would perform the installation of the measurement device. They would be a contractor to SGM or subcontractor to SGM. And then they will abide by DWR measurement rules for their installation kind of verification. The water user would be responsible up till 2029 for maintenance and upkeep of the structure, and then reporting any diversion measurement data in accordance with measurement rules to DWR. After 2029, measurement rules are still going to be in effect, and so maintenance and upkeep of that structure to comply with those diversion measurement rules is kind of encouraged or necessary. Next one, please. So the measurement structures will be owned by the water users. So right after that structure is installed, the CWCB and that water user will have an agreement that that structure is now owned by the water user and they will be maintained by water users. And then agreements transferring that ownership are going to be like a one-pager, really short and simple. This shouldn't require a whole lot of legal lifting. We want you all the water users, to own the structures. We do not want to own them. Next slide, please. This is a common question. Does this funding cover head gates? So no, this funding does not cover the cost of a head gate. It only is the diversion measurement structure, such as a weir, a flume, or a meter. I think I might have overheard some talk about this as I hopped on the meeting. If you're missing a head gate or had a head gate that was ruined in a natural disaster, for example, you should still apply, and we will work with you to see if we can still install a measurement device. Potentially you could get kind of work in conjunction to get the measurement or to get the head gate while we're working on getting you a measurement device as well. Yeah. Oh, and there's a lot of, I know there's some conservation districts who potentially have money for head gates. And so we're happy to kind of help get you in touch with them as well and kind of partner, but we are only covering the measurement structure. Next slide, please. So included in the program is the cost of the design, engineering, purchase, and installation of a measurement structure, such as a flume, weir, or meter. Only structures that are necessary for meeting the division measurement rules will be installed and nothing more. So we'll put in what you need to meet rules, but we're not going to add a whole lot of bells and whistles to that structure. Next slide, please. Yes, if your structure is damaged, you may apply for the program. So if you have a structure but it's not functioning properly, please apply for the program, and we'll kind of work with you to understand why it's not working. Is it an easy fix where you don't actually need a whole new structure and it's more of a maintenance question, in which case maybe that would be on the water user and not eligible for the program? Or does it need kind of full replacement, which would be something covered under the program? So if you're not sure kind of which category you would fit under, please apply and we can kind of work with you to figure that out. Next slide, please. And then DWR staff will verify that the structure is installed to the standard of the measurement rules. If for some reason it was to be installed and then a water commissioner comes out and says this isn't up to standard, then the subcontractor would be responsible for going back and fixing that installation. Next slide, please. As I think was mentioned earlier, also this funding cannot be combined with another source. So due to the nature of federal funding, the funding from this program needs to be separated from any other funding. So you could use this funding source for measurement structure and another source for other equipment or for head gates, but those sources kind of couldn't be combined into one larger pot of money project. Matching funds are not required. And so, yeah, so you couldn't say I want a better or different flume than what the subcontractors and SGM would install, you know, and you pay 50% of it and the program would pay 50% of it. The program needs to cover 100% of the cost. Next slide, please. And then can users install their own structures? So this is another nature of federal funding. The installer must meet several insurance requirements, which would necessitate a contractor to perform the installation. The application has a place for providing contact information for installers and manufacturers that you might prefer. So we can add them to our list. And so SGM can work with them to make sure they're qualified. They're putting out an RFQ in the next couple of weeks, request for qualifications. And then it's likely that they will bundle projects by geographic region and then put those out to bid as a group of projects. And so maybe an exception to this is you do, you know, a water user has an LLC and they have these insurance requirement, they meet the insurance requirements, but I think that's probably not going to be the case as frequently. Next slide, please. So you can find the application on our website listed there. It will open another tab. At the top of the application, you'll see kind of a list of all the things that you need to be able to complete the application. We tried to put those up front so you had an easier time completing it. And then you can always save it and come back to the application at any point. In the next week or so, we will have a PDF version of the application on there as well. So that's something that you could print off and take to your structure with you, to your ditch with you if you needed it to get information from there. You could also fill that out and email it in or mail it in if that's preferred. We would prefer that you did it online. That helps us, but that is also an option. And I'm not going to walk through that application right now, but feel free to email. This is the diversion measurement email, which mostly routes to me. So happy to take emails and answer questions, set up phone calls regarding the application or this program in general. We tried to keep the application pretty short and easy. There's only a handful of required questions. There are quite a few optional questions that would help us if you have that information, but we are happy to go kind of take the required information you've given us and go behind the scenes and try and figure that out ourselves. One thing we keep reinforcing is that we understand that there are people behind these applications, and so feel free to reach out to us. Please submit an application and we will kind of reach out and ask if we have questions and try and work with users pretty well throughout this process. So happy to answer any questions if there's still time.
Well, we're kind of short on time. I have a real quick question. What constitutes legal access? I heard her say that you had to have legal access to the.
If the contractor shows up to start work on your measurement structure and the landowner's starting to shoot down, you don't got legal
access.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a place on the application stating you are the landowner or you have some kind of easement or permit to access that land and basically install a structure there. So
I think it was implied with the ditch. I thought there was an implied access, like my ditch goes back to 1888. I don't have an easement and it's on my neighbor's property.
Yeah, they probably just need something in writing that your neighbor agrees that
They can go
So you
on,
have to
fix
go to
that. Yeah.
Yeah, or I think there's also a place for contact information, so we could also reach out to them and make sure that you have access. Yeah. Or we have access.
Doug, make it quick.
Okay, I'll try to be quick. So first off, this is a great program and thank you all for doing this. I guess there's still a lot of communication gaps here. And I go back to Aaron, so, and Aaron brought up the website. Well, I looked up my ditch and it said, well, there was nothing in there about being non-compliant. And yet my division engineer said that, well, yeah, it's not measuring right. It's measuring, I'm putting less water into the ditch than what it's measuring. And so I guess there's a little confusion here. And again, I'll follow this up with Aaron and Sarah's working with Aaron too to, we've replaced 2 head gates on this ditch, over $300,000 on my ditch. And, we want to be in compliance. We want to do the right thing, but there's a lot of brain damage here. And, and again, the grant thing is a great thing. It's all good about the, measuring what we're taking out and the rest. But yeah, so I just think that we still got some more issues that we need to deal with. And I let my ditch engineer say, well, hell, they haven't told me that I'm not in compliance. So somebody needs to tell me, hell, get off the pot, you're not in compliance, so anyhow, so I'll shut up now. Thank you. And my ranting and raving.
All right, thanks, Doug. So there is a link in a little description on our Basin Roundtable page on the homepage, and there's links to get to those forms and to the website. One thing that wasn't mentioned tonight is on the application, they want pictures. So I know pictures, some of this measuring devices are gonna be covered with snow pretty darn quick. So if you've got a measuring device that that you're having trouble with, you ought to slide out and get some pictures of it, PDQ, before too much snow hits. So.
And Steve, I would just offer that our water commissioners have a lot of pictures of these devices, so. If you get there, it's too late, you can't take photos, reach out to your water commissioners. He or she might have photos of the attached to them.
Okay, all right, thanks, Aaron. Thanks, Anna.
Thank you.
All right, so it's a pretty quick window on this. It's the grant's closed January 31st. So that's why I pushed to get it on the agenda. We really had a short time and not a lot of time to ask questions. In your packet, we'll move on to the Colorado River District update. Rebecca's not here, but there's a memorandum of posting that the river districts come up with a grant application toolkit. So there's a 2-page memo that's in the packet or it's online that talks about that. I just wanted to bring it to your attention. Rebecca would have talked about it, but she's not here tonight. And that takes us to the roundtable projects committee. Peppo, Sally.
Yeah, Peppo update. I'll make this fairly short because we got quite a bit done during our meeting. But a couple of things, we were approved for our $25,000 Peppo grant for 2026. So that's good news. We're planning on spending that on marketing for the story map and phase 2, if there is a phase 2 of the story map, or to be determined on that front. As far as financials, we're on all our invoices are due by the end of this month. And so those are all submitted and we're on track for finishing up the 2025 Peppo grant. Let's see. One thing we took for the C9 Summit update, we did talk about possibly moving the Peppo meeting from the day of the roundtable meetings and to make it a shorter day, maybe we're thinking of moving it to the week before, to get more participation for people who are working, they can join us during the day for those meetings. So it would be a virtual PEPO meeting, wouldn't be in person anymore, so we're kind of mulling that over. I think we're pretty serious about that. Make our day a little bit shorter, our roundtable days. As far as the story map, we did lose a couple weeks on the story map. We had an Esri problem where they pretty much lost our story map. It is being recovered right now, on the back end. But so we've lost a couple weeks, but we have been working quite a bit on, populating it. Thank you to everyone who has been putting in your comments. If you have comments, you have a couple more days to get them to me. I'll integrate those, but really, we're looking for major errors, major things that we've left out, or just something that's completely wrong. So, please reach out to me. I sent out the story map links, I think, to pretty much everybody on the roundtables. But if you can't find it and you'd like to look at it, the narrative, please reach out to me. So I'd love for you to see it. We're having a little bit of trouble getting some of our newspaper articles published. Our last Yapatika article was not published. I'm still working on it. But other than that, the next CWCB meeting is November 19th and 20th. I will say, one thing I am looking for, for a partner update, as far as the Western Resilience Center. I am looking for soil moisture stations. We're trying to cite soil moisture stations on easements. So anywhere from the headwaters of the Yampa down to Fortification Creek. We're looking at easements because they're really the easiest place to have a site where if the ranch gets sold or the parcel gets sold, the site would be not lost. So if you know of any easements, any people with easements who would be willing to have a soil moisture site within the whole basin, I'm casting a wide net. We're looking for 30. We have 9 right now. I would love to hear from you and tell you more about it.
Can you talk to Channel directly?
I've talked with Megan, yes. Megan Hopkins. That's it for me for the update for me. Any questions? Chairs go.
That's okay, we'll just start. Who needs him?
We have vice chairs.
Yeah,
Vice chair.
so.
Jeff, you're up.
Thank you. So, we're gonna have a combined IBCC BRC update. This will be my last one. Just need about 1 minute and 13 seconds, and I'm gonna hand it over to Ken. We do not have our usual excellent hydrology update from the usually excellent Rebecca. Take out your pencil, write down these 3 things. Mead is about even where it was in September at 1,056 feet. Lake Powell is off about 2 feet from last time, down to about 3445. That doesn't sound too bad, but it's 31 feet lower than it was in this state last year. Total inflow to the river, from the river was just under 5 million acre feet. That's just a little over half of the norm. So hydrology continues to be a struggle. You probably heard the news that there's no 7-state agreement. We had a little bit of data on that in the committee meeting, not very much. You know, my opinion about that is worth whatever your opinion about it is. I think they're going to continue to work. I think the feds are going to come down with an operating standard that isn't very far from the short-term ideas that were originally expressed in the SEIS. Some people have said that based on the current conditions, they could reduce releases from Powell from the 7.48 million acre feet target down to as low as 6 million. Based on that supplemental environmental impact statement. There's some record of decision about that. I just don't think anybody really knows exactly what is going to happen. But I think we can expect another round of iterations. The feds are going to come out and say, this is what we want to do. And there'll be some negotiation around that. That's about everything I know about it. I'm sorry, we don't have a lot of information. Okay. It's been a pleasure working with you and serving with you.
Yeah, round of applause for. Other people don't give Jeff credit for all the work that he did, but you know, he was instrumental in planting that seed at the IBCC level that we really could, the roundtables could have an opinion and they could produce a position paper, and that we wanted to discuss bigger topics statewide. And we just couldn't quite get him under control, and the rest of the IBCC agreed with him. And so here we are today, talking about just that. Jenna, are you still here? I do not have your slide deck. So I will have to ad lib this. Okay.
I am here and I do not have a slide deck, so ad libbing might be ideal.
Okay, so I want you to imagine that there's this continuum between today and 2033. And there's a whole series of events that have to take place where we have the final state water plan. And then a year or so earlier, we're doing our technical update and we're doing our VIP update. And then here in this window, this first 3 years between today, you know, through the 26, 27 and 28, we're going to talk topic. The IBCC has agreed to tackle 9 topics, no less than 9 topics. And we're going to review those at the local level here at the roundtable. And thank you to all of those of you that were at the Big River Committee earlier. That will become the forum with which we will have these discussions. And our first topic that we're discussing statewide at all the roundtables is storage. I want to know what your thoughts are on storage. Do we have adequate storage? Are there opportunities? Are there challenges that we need to see? So those are the types of open-ended questions that we want. We did kind of a dry run today. We're going to do a much more thorough assessment of that, getting your feedback at the January 14th Big River Committee meeting. It'll be a 2-hour meeting. It'll go from 3:30 to 5:30. So we'll have probably about an hour and a half spent on that topic. What we want to do is have all of the IBCC reps come back and meet in February and see if there's consensus about what those problems are. What are those challenges? What are these opportunities? Are there things, do we all agree that there are certain things that need to be done to help address the challenges of developing additional storage? Let me give you for example, in June of 24, we decided that snow measurement was a big deal. We wanted to see snow measurement. Everybody, all 9 roundtables said, yes, snow measurement's a big deal. So that went through the Colorado Water Conservation Board and through DNR and into the governor's budget. And there was a piece of legislation passed that provided some additional staff for the Colorado Water Conservation Board to coordinate monitoring of information like we saw tonight from the snow and avalanche folks. So we want to try to see if there's that same opportunity with these other topics. So the first one we're going to work on between now and the February IBCC meeting is storage. So come prepared at the meeting in January. Bring anybody that maybe isn't part of the roundtable now, like members of the Upper Yampa Water Conservancy District will be interested in this. There's other conservancy districts. Anybody that you know that's in a municipality or has storage issues, that's who we want. It's not a roundtable only, but it's a grassroots effort. It's a way of giving a voice to each of the basins. And when we all agree, we wanna move it forward, bring it to Mike and the staff and see if there is something that we can actually get done. So that's kind of the short version of what we're trying to get done. It's gonna be a lot of work. Actually, along with all day IBCC meetings now, we have subcommittee that meets monthly to try to keep these discussions going in coordination with the Colorado Water Conservation Board staff. What else did I want to say?
So the topics are, it's just storage, that's it?
Storage, yeah. Like, do you have adequate storage? Do you have opportunities for additional storage? What are the challenges? What are the obstacles? Storage is, all of us agree that most people have an opinion on it. And even people that think storage and dams are evil are thankful that the Upper Yampa District released almost 6,000 acre feet of water this year to help augment flows on the Yampa River. And we're not the only ones. These stories are taking place all over the state. So that's our first one. February, if we're not done, we will continue to discuss storage, but we're moving on to preserving agriculture. And these are the 9 topics that were developed at C9 in the fall of 25. In the fall of 24. So that we're gonna follow this process through. What are the topics that were not included? I unsuccessfully lobbied that forest health should be part of the storage discussion. Most of you don't have a large reservoir that provides water for your agricultural needs or your personal uses. We have to rely on the snowpack. And if the forest functions well and holds water in reserve as long as it can, it's a much better supply of water that we have than if we have a lot of dust on snow and it gets really hot, we have no storage, and the water all runs out of state. So there's collective challenges that we're facing all over the state. Even though we're very unique, we're a very rural area. That's what Jonathan and I are gonna work on, is trying to make sure that we capture your ideas and thoughts, share them with the rest of the state and see if there's a consensus. So your IBCC people are working these days. We're actually trying hard to give the local people, the grassroots, the ones that are actually out here every day working on this stuff, a chance to participate. Jonathan, what else I did?
If you feel confused and rushed, you're in good company. Everyone there did. The order was to do your best to bring ideas back. These are the ideas that are gonna lead to the state's water plan. They weren't brainstorming and there's no limits to it. So they knew that it was a very ambiguous task, but this is how grassroots works. One of the interesting things about being a Wyoming resident is they're much more top down in that state. Things come down and are made available to you. That's one way of doing it, a lot of strengths. In Colorado, it starts at the bottom and it goes up. There's a lot of strengths there too, but only if you engage in the process. So that's what they're asking for us all to do.
Yeah, and the one other thing on the process is that we'll report back to you at the roundtable meeting. But these discussions are too lengthy that we can't really do them here. It's like the grants committee. Grants committee spends hours reviewing these grants so that you have to listen to a 5-minute presentation. And you know that if you were unsatisfied with the review process, just call Frank and he'll be more than happy to include you at the next grant committee meeting so that you can fully participate in that. We're doing that with the IBCC Big River Committee. We're gonna be doing the same thing. If you want to participate in these discussions and provide input that may have an impact at the state level, please show up at the Big River IBCC committee.
That was my good segue, Ken. My question is, if you can't make the Big River Committee next time.
Yeah.
What will be the exercise, if any, at the Basin Roundtable meeting, or do we need to provide comments prior to the Big River Committee if you can't attend? I'm just trying to understand how that process goes.
Good question. I think we'd be open to both. We'd be happy to take your written comment, but we'll all try. There will be a report at the roundtable meeting trying to summarize what we discussed. Give you some
Big River Committee.
Yeah, summary of the Big River discussion on storage or whatever the particular topic is that meeting. And you'll have a chance to hear and contribute or say, that's crazy. I'm not supporting that, but you know, the idea is to at least try to give you a feedback, because we have to condense it ourselves. We can't come in and just rattle on for 2 hours, not everybody's gonna wanna do that. But we need to be able to try to, concisely develop a consensus about what is your input? What do you want us to take forward?
And we'll have a month until that next IVCC meeting, so at the roundtable meeting, it's just a good time for us all to get together on that same page. And if things pop into your head afterwards, which likely they would, you can get in touch with us, send an email or a phone call or something, and then we'll be able to take that message down to the meeting at the IVCC in February.
That's all I have, unless there's questions.
I just have a comment. We changed the meeting's schedule for the roundtable. So that, the Big River will be right before the roundtable meetings from now on, so, just to accommodate these talks. So the Big River will now be an hour and a half long.
No, we're going for 2 hours.
2 hours, okay, yeah.
3:30 to 5:30. And then, so now we don't know what we're gonna do with Peppo yet.
3:30 to 5:30.
That's all I have, Steve.
Okay. All right, so that takes us to item 13C, Headwaters of the Colorado Letter of Support.
Oh, great.
You talk fast enough, you got on the agenda again.
You know? We never did talk about the new leadership for the Big River Committee.
Oh.
Will, do you wanna say a few words?
Speech.
I'm not very good at talking, so. I told Jeff and some others last meeting, I said I'd be interested in attempting to chair the Big River Committee, and, so that's what I was the only one that raised my hand and said I would do it, so I kind of got stuck in that place. While I'm doing this, I'm kind of having some thoughts though that maybe this is like an offline conversation, but it seems like Big River Committee is kind of shifting from focusing on downriver issues like POW and the hydrology and thereabouts to more of like driven by the IVCC of going forward. That's just kind of what I'm sitting here thinking about as I'm listening to Ken and Jonathan talk about it, so hopefully I can still do a good job navigating that within the committee, but that's just kind of my thoughts going forward, is that's maybe what the focus is gonna be in the next couple of years, more so than downriver stuff that we've been dealing with the past several years with like demand management issues. So I'm willing to kind of adapt to that. That's all I have to say.
I think that's a conversation the Big River Committee needs to have. I think that's a great idea, because we don't know what's gonna come up with the Big River in the next 2 years, so I think we better prepare for that.
Exactly, but I guess that's the reason I bring it up, is that probably something we need to talk about offline at the committee level, not necessarily here, but.
I think that just for my very final comment, you all heard me say this, I'm gonna say it one more time. This really represents an expansion, I think, of the scope of the Big River Committee, but not necessarily a replacement. It's not a substitution. Because even if the downriver issues somehow get resolved, even if there's a pretty good post 2026 operating agreement for the system, there are going to be hard conversations between Front Range and West Slope in the near term. So we've still got to keep our eye on that ball and be in a position to help everyone in the Ample-White Green understand what the impact of those conversations is and what the results of those might be. I think it's not gonna get easier. That's my view.
And his parting comment, he's always said, it's not a issue, it's the issue. That's what I remember Jeff on before with this.
And it will remain the issue. It is the Big River Committee, IVCC report. And you're right, we're not done by any means. In fact, it may get substantially tougher. So we're not gonna, the Big River Committee will still work on Colorado River issues, but we have some additional responsibilities that we've been asked to perform. So more time involved. So thanks, Will. We've already got a draft agenda set up for a January meeting, so we're taking it seriously. The Headwaters of Colorado Initiative is applying for a grant from the National Fish and Wildlife Foundation to do wildlife habitat restoration work for resiliency in wet meadows. And we decided that our best area is to target Elkhead Creek at California Park. You want to show us the other slide real quick, please? I think you're familiar with this map from the last time. Here's that Wyoming border. Here's Baggs. About 2 miles over the border is Jonathan's house. This is all part of this is part of the tributary for the Little Snake, but it doesn't include this west fork. It's actually an enormous part. That's why it contributes a full 1/3 of the water in the Amber River. But we're going to focus right in this area here, north of Hayden. And we already have the Sustainability Council, the Western Resilience Center has been doing work up there along with the other groups. I think the Youth Corps, Rocky Mountain Youth Corps has been in there. And so this is an area that we've already established as a great opportunity. And I know our initial assessment with our consultant on our planning effort for the Headwaters project is that we've identified 1,057 different small tributary areas that could be done, that wet meadow restoration could be done in our project area. So there's great opportunity. This is a grant application for $400,000. It doesn't require a match. We're asking for a letter of support that just says, do we think this is consistent with the goals of the roundtable? And we'd really like to, have a letter of support to send in. The application went in at 5 o'clock today, but we're going to send in some letters of support from a couple of key members in our community that helps show that we've got a broad base of support for this type of work that could be done by the Headwaters Initiative. Are there any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. Go back to the slide, please.
Sure.
And so this funding will be to actually implement wet meadow restoration
It is.
and where exactly are you looking at? Is it above, is it the watershed draining into Elkhead Reservoir?
It is.
So have you spoken to the reservoir owners about just the general concept?
I haven't personally, but I haven't written the grant. The grant's being prepared by the National Forest Foundation. Luke and Matt Smith are the two authors of the.
But it got sent in today.
Got sent in today. Well, but that, yeah, had a release. The deadline was Monday, and they gave us a 2-day extension to try to get a letter of support. And when we realized that they wanted it by the close of business, and the meeting obviously is later than that, they sent it in without the letter. But we're going to send in some other letters as well.
Is it all wet meadow, Ken, or is there like bank stabilization and then?
There's some riparian wet meadow restoration. I think there is some, it's just all watershed and habitat resilience. So I mentioned there's some riparian habitat work done as well.
And do you have
This is all NEPA approved study area. I'm sorry. I don't, this is what I have right now. I'm sorry.
Ken, do you have a deadline for when you need this letter?
I think that they have a deadline for letters from agencies, from federal agencies, that's in December. So we wanted to talk to you as well about whether or not you'd be interested in supporting this grant application. But yeah, this is because I know this is in the boundaries for the Water Conservancy District.
Oh, you're out of time for that.
Or that's the Great Northern.
Oh, it is Great Northern?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Yeah,
never mind.
Okay.
That's,
Just keeping it straight.
I don't know that close.
Can you tell us more about this grant? Like.
Jayla, do you want to
I'm
help?
Super familiar with the headwaters of Colorado and all the things that you do, the connection maybe, and what the relationship is between wetland restoration and the work that you're doing and why we should be supporting it.
Well, there's work that's been done over the last 30 years in this area by the Forest Service, the state and federal agencies, along with a conservation district, the Carbon County Conservation District. And
On First Creek, Armstrong Creek.
And so what the Headwaters project, the Headwaters initiative is about continuing the work, the collaborative work that Pat O'Toole was doing. And all of the various people and agencies that were involved in that. So they just completed last year, a Joint Chiefs, grant award for $9 million. So they've been doing $3 million a year work through this area here closer to the Wyoming-Colorado state border. It's everything, it's river infrastructure work, it's a lot of mastication, it's riparian and river restoration work. They just completed that, and we've been awarded the $8 million for the next 3 years. These are the two largest grants that Joint Chiefs have ever offered. Joint Chiefs is a grant that comes from the U.S. Forest Service and from NRCS. And that money is then spent by about 50% for each in this project area to accomplish that. So we're building on the work that's already been done and work that's been planned by both state and federal Forest Service, BLM, NRCS, other groups in this area. So we have work that's being done, it's been planned, it's NEPA approved. We just have been waiting for funding. The Restore grant is an additional source of funding that will help us accomplish that work.
You already have wet meadows restoration work identified, projects already built out and identified that you just need on the ground funding to
Yes,
happen.
yes. NEPA approved, yes.
I don't know if it's on your previous slide, for this specific program funding, how many of the projects are on private land and how many are on public land?
And again, I'm not sure. Jailer, do you have any idea?
Yes, I was involved in helping review the application, but I'm still getting fully up to speed on the Headwaters of the Colorado project that Ken is on the steering committee for. The group is not a 501c3, so most of you know, and they have a hired staff coordinator that's really crucial for helping lead and guide the effort. And that coordinator has been housed within a fiscal sponsor that's the Western Landowners Alliance. So that's actually shifting over to our organization, the Western Resilience Center, as of January. So we're working on finalizing those agreements. And so a piece of this grant is actually to help fund coordinator capacity for that position in order to continue to fund that. And the role that his name is Matt Smith, this used to be Jonathan's role. Work that he would be doing to support getting some of the private landowners in the watershed involved in EQIP projects, because we don't have strong NRCS support right now in our watershed. And so that outreach, that landowner outreach, stitching together some of those projects also within the drainage, but downstream from work that we've been doing in California Park on wet meadow restoration. This would also help accelerate. And then there's another piece of it that includes Colorado State Forest Service and some of the thinning treatments that they would be doing. But the whole thing is framed around wildlife habitats benefits that these projects within the drainage co-create in a contiguous landscape.
Yeah, not to defer from you, Ken, but Jayla, hasn't the Sustainability Council identified specific locations? So you guys, if you have those, that's what Jack is asking.
Yeah,
So I think some of that information is out there, Jack.
yeah, I guess I'm confused, as to if you're identifying future projects or if you are, you know, shovel-ready projects that you just don't have funding for. So I feel like I'm hearing two different things on that.
I think it's a little bit, some of both.
Although,
Yeah. So the wet meadow restoration work that is continuing, our project manager works with a consultant who has actually been out on the ground here in the late season, helping map the priority reaches. So we're still in the process of identifying like where we're gonna work next year and then the year after that. And so, yes, but we do have that map available if people are interested in seeing it. I don't think it was included in this project proposal because the applicant is actually, the National Forest Foundation, where we would just be a contractor to complete that portion of the project.
yeah, but grants being prepared and submitted by the National Forest Foundation.
Hey, Ken, one more question, just
Sure.
during the process. Let's just say in general, you know, getting these last minute requests for letters of support are really difficult. No matter how excited we want to be for what this could be. You know, if it went in at 5, they must have been working on it for a while. Was there an opportunity to provide the roundtable a draft of that application ahead of this meeting that could have made it into our packet? Could have had a lot of these questions answered.
Actually, that we decided that we wanted to start on this last, about 3 weeks ago. The board decided that they wanted to prioritize trying to get this done. And so they've been working on it since then. And, it was close enough that they were pretty sure they'd get the application submitted last week. And so we followed the rules for the roundtable that you have to do. If you can't qualify, if you're not ready in time for a grant committee meeting, as long as you notify the executive committee in advance of the meeting, then you're allowed to, if, you know, with time permitting, to have a discussion here. So that's why we don't have this thorough review as you're used to seeing for an application or a letter of support. So I apologize for that.
Can you provide this information and we could do an email vote? I'm just a little concerned about like not seeing the budget. My organization owns part of Elkhorn Reservoir. I'm not sure that I understand. You know, this
How
project.
increasing
I
the
know-
supply of water would be a bad thing for them. I'm not sure I understand your objection.
Well, thanks, Ken. I actually just don't know. So I'm not prepared at 9 o'clock at night to put my vote on something that I have not reviewed.
Well, I certainly wouldn't want you to do that. Any other questions? Thank you.
Okay, nobody, any questions for Ken online, or are you all good?
Sleeping. Oh, they're all sleeping. There you go.
Alden's got his.
Oh, Alden, oh.
Thumbs up.
Alden's got a thumbs up, okay.
Oh, I'm
Sorry.
good. guy. I'm good. Just telling you, I'm good.
You're good.
Yeah.
I think, can I just make a proposal? If you could circulate the application that we would be voting to approve and give us a couple days to review it and ask any questions that we need to, we could have a roundtable vote and submit the letters if
By
it seems
email.
appropriate.
So I'm not sure what you're asking, Jackie, that the application, the grant application that's
Yeah.
already been submitted,
Right?
or the draft letter of support for the project.
Oh, that would be great.
Both.
Yeah.
Sure. How
big's the application?
I have no idea. I've never seen it.
Like 6 pages plus the budget. Right.
How big, Jayla?
I think 6 pages was the limit.
Oh,
Not 20.
okay, and I've got a draft, I have a draft letter of support, Jackie, but I wanted to see what exactly was in the project myself.
Yeah.
So I'm with Jackie. I think that it would be really good to see the whole thing and take a look at that and get back with the, I'm good with that.
We've done that before, right? Email vote for a letter of support.
Yeah. Yep.
we might have done it, but I know CWCB doesn't care for us to do it that way.
I just don't think we have,
It's not
I
money.
don't feel like there's some tangibles to be able to look at personally.
Yeah. We're not giving money. I don't think CWCB really cares. We're just saying as a roundtable, we either support this grant application. I mean. You can throw me to the CWCB wolves if you want. I have no problem defending an educated vote on this.
In other words, she's not scared of Mike.
Yeah, I and I are wrestling.
Well, we'll do that.
How are you at 9 o'clock at night?
So do you need a motion out of us on all this?
Yeah.
I have a suggestion though, like you probably will do this, but if Ken or Johnson, if you wanna make like a synopsis too. Before you send the application out, just kind of like a slide. You know, like kind of just a summary, a synopsis, and then for the application with it, you know, cause. We probably could read through the application and get the gist of it, but your idea on the synopsis would be great.
I have nothing to do with this.
I have a motion then.
So actually, I would like to say one thing,
yeah.
this is what we're gonna do, and we're gonna ask for applications and so on and so forth, that means we are gonna have to do that with every request for a letter of support going forward in order to be transparent.
Have we not?
So every letter of support that most of them, I can't say everything, but we've asked them to come to the grant committee, present the project. Or come to the Basin Roundtable and support the project. The problem with today's meeting was at the time we had the executive committee and set the agenda. We had 177 minutes of meeting out of a possible 180.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
But I believe we've had some requests for letters of support in the past, where we have gone through these hoops.
Similar, yes.
Similar, 'cause,
Yes,
if
similar,
we're
yeah.
gonna start this, we need to start it on everything.
Could be another topic for the bylaws discussion. I have a motion to get rid.
Oh, let's hear it.
Yeah, I'll make a motion that, we request that who is this? Who we're requesting this from? Headwaters of Colorado.
Yep.
Provide by email to the Yampa White Green Roundtable President, a brief summary, 1 page, couple paragraphs of what the project is. The project application prepared by National Fish and Wildlife Foundation. Forest, excuse me, yeah. To the Restore Colorado grant program, including a detailed budget. And then subsequently we said, how long do we, 1 week after that, hold an email vote for a letter of support and the draft letter of support.
Second.
So you're. Okay. So we have a motion and a second. Any discussion? Yeah, I raised my.
What's the time?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna ask. So
Just add that.
do you know, can you send the timeline for when you're gonna, or could you include the timeline for when you're gonna send the other federal partner?
Yeah, I'm
grants
not
or
sure that,
whatever?
sometime in December.
Yeah, but if we could know that, but I was kind of thinking that we could review it and then after Thanksgiving. But by the end, I think we want to have it wrapped up by the end.
That'd be great. Yeah.
So,
How quickly,
Thanksgiving.
how quickly can you get the list of what I just, cause
Tomorrow.
tomorrow, there you go. Great.
And when do you need the letter of support? By?
When you're done voting.
yeah, I have a letter of support drafted out.
We can
But
have a
I
letter,
want to include a few things.
about by the 21st, then if it's, you can get it to us tomorrow, 1 week is.
Sure.
21st.
To have,
A vote.
okay, I have a slight problem. I'm gonna be here on I'm not gonna be here on the 21st. I'm gonna be here the following week.
Okay.
Which is what, 24th is when I go to work.
20th? What works?
I'm gonna be gone for.
I don't think we need to squeeze that hard, Andy. I think
Okay, yeah.
it can be first part of December and still meet it'd still be helpful.
I think it was December 14th was the date you needed.
Get it to you tomorrow. How long do you need for through?
That's what Steve's saying, he's not gonna be here to sign it, so we can look through it in a week, but he needs some time to get you back the letter, so.
Yeah, so I mean, I'm good if everybody does that and then sends an email back saying, yep, I'm okay with this, whatever. Send it to Sally or Kristen. One of the two. And then,
The 19th or 20th?
well, let's make it by the 24th, that's Monday.
Monday, the 24th.
Yeah, let's,
Is it 24th?
the 24th would be the deadline to submit comments back to Sally or Kristen.
Send them to sally@amboygreen.com, but I will send out the email with that information.
Yeah, you'll send out all the
So, yeah,
information.
but send
We'll
it to
reply
me.
to that. Okay.
Yeah, so before you send stuff, let me fix the letter with what I know now. A letter of support, so I can send a draft letter of support too.
Yep.
If people wanna, if there's something they wanna adjust with that. I'm good with that.
Thank you.
Okay. It's now 9:01.
Yeah.
I have a motion to.
Be done.
I'll make.
I'll make the motion.
Okay, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Will's a second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Does probably not. Okay. Stuff like that, keep it. Yeah.
I can read this.
I think. Yeah. Really hard for me.
And I.
You know, I am running back with my, with my staff about.
Well,
Start working, and they're, well, look at you out there.
It'll start to feel like.
I'm bringing up some extra.
I'm in my.